Today we're going to be checking out Necesse. They've got their brand new Secrets update. And the Secret update's going to be going ahead and doing a whole lot of stuff. We're going to start a brand new playthrough. I'm not going to go through and do the whole, like, hey, this is the accessibility settings and all that. It has relatively decent ones. But with that said, is the update free? Yes. It is an update, not a DLC. So we're going to create a brand new world. It will be survival. Secrets. So you got your different modes. So you got your casual mode. Basically, damage is significantly reduced. I'm pretty sure 1.0... No, it Mac Divine. I believe this is the 1.1 update. I could be wrong. But 1.0 came out a while back. But this is the Secrets update. You need to close the Steam page, slows down your laptop too much? Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Like, if you click the link, that's all you need to do. You don't need to buy it or anything like that. That'll still support them regardless. It just let the dev know that you found there. We've got adventure, basically. So these are pretty much your difficulty levels. I'm gonna leave it on classic. There are more world settings you can go in here where you can have like what happens when you die, like nothing happens, you permadeath, anywhere in between. Raid frequency, which is your base will be attacked, what happens there. There's survival mode, which means your food goes bad and you need to eat. Your settlers can permanently die and all that. You can make the day and night longer or shorter. So if you like, you know, some games the night cycle takes forever to get through, and just like SnowRunner, it feels like the game 90% of the time is at nighttime. So it's very much one of those things I appreciate not running into that. So let me go ahead and create our brand new world. We kept all our world stuff to the defaults, just so you go. I'm going to leave our previous character alone and create a brand new character. So we're definitely need to go to our hairstyle and all that. And let's see what we can get happening here. Can we choose the color? I don't actually remember. There we go. And best friend Binky is back. Can I find one that's more Binky? Because for those who don't remember, Binky had dramatic bangs and ponytails, but was bald. Like, just, like, bald all up in the middle and just had giant ponytails and bangs going down. I don't think we have a hairstyle that really fits that, so we'll just have, like, a receding hairline. Alright, so we'll go ahead and create this character. So there's best friend Binky. So walk close to the tree and hit the left mouse button to knock it down. Okay. So you can craft torches by clicking on that in the menu. So once we had talked to the elder, then right click to talk to you. Are we chill? Okay. I saw the guy running around is like, what do you want? I see potential in you, young adventurer. I'm looking for some tips. Traders change their prices every day. They love to jack them up really high to eye-watering levels. Try to trade items on their best day. Starting your own settlement is very useful, as you can recruit settlers who will work for you and have constant access to traders. Some traders sell more items when you have defeated some bosses. Cool. Explain something to me. That's too much reading. I would like to buy something. Revival potion. Revives down settlers. Let's look at your equipment. You have a copper sword and nothing else. Goodbye. Find or craft a workstation from the inventory crafting. And then this is an area to go to the grate down below. And trees exist, and therefore they must be cut down. Okay. So we can go here. Workbench. Done. Find and craft a wood pickaxe. Wood pickaxe. Oh right, this is your guide, similar to like the guide in Terraria. You can just put items into your crafting guide. I'll tell you what. Go and use the ladder to go underground. So Classic includes the update? Yeah, all modes should include the update. The update basically adds a whole bunch of like secret stuff and all that down here. Okay, so start mining our way. Looking for ore. So let's get a bunch of this copper. That way we can start getting ourselves some equipment and all that. But as you can imagine, you get better pickaxes, better weapons, all that. Right now we basically have nothing to our name. But a big part of this game is like building your settlement. So if you remember like Terraria with the NPCs, that, you know, you accomplish thing X, NPC shows up. That's good enough for right now. Alright. Oh, and there was a box up here. Leather dusters, crafting material, trinket slot. Give me your shoes, man. Settlement flag, village map, dungeon map, bread, health potion. So very first thing is we're taking all of his stuff. Ores are used to craft bars, which are used to make many recipes throughout the game. You can find all sorts of monsters, ores, and such in the cave. Find out more of the cave biomes. Open the adventure journal on the right of your inventory. Go to the surface and start your settlement by placing the flag. Yeah, so it's a thing that we can, yeah, so okay, if we finish certain challenges, we can acquire certain stuff. You can see all sorts of different monsters you find, where to find them, and all that stuff. As you find new biomes, they'll appear on the list. Settlement. Not so ethical hills. Excellent. Okay. So, in the settlement menu, we can manage your settlers. Settlers help gather resources and can join you on adventures. It looks like the Elder has a quest for you. Go pick it up. Meanwhile, we did find the boots. When you're all done, I'll give you a reward. Kill Evil's Protector. Summoned at night using a mysterious portal. And you'll give me a lunchbox. Elder quests are major objectives that you can work toward, but feel free to discover the world on your own. Thank you for playing, good luck exploring. There you go, so there's the entirety of the tutorial. Alright, so what we want to do here is we've got different wood tools. So I've got a worm bait. So we have an axe. Let me grab the shovel because I don't have one. We've got a bow. We got a boomerang. We got oak saplings, spruce wood, spruce saplings. They got a couple of fire arrows. Construction-wise, I can make a wood boat. We can make a forge. Alchemy table. Roasting station. And I'm out of torches, I think, is what I'm out of. Nope, so right click throws things. Let's not do that. Can only be used in a campfire to roast stuff. There's the alchemy lab. And the forge. So we can drop you in here. And you in there for fuel to make copper bars. Okay, we know there's a dungeon entrance and an NPC village over there. Because we got maps. We got bread and all that. We got saplings and all that to plant. Probably wait till it's brighter outside to deal with that. We can make stone fences and stone walls and a stone door and all that. Stone flooring, landfill. We did actually apparently get a piece of iron ore. Alright, so I'm going to need to continue removing trees. Alright. I was not expecting... Want to buy something? Okay, we'll worry about you later. But for right now, keep smelting. And we've got our copper ore. Okay. What can I make with our copper ore? Not a whole lot right now. We'll make our campfire. Since apparently I can then put you on there. For that, I can actually roast stuff. That's something worth roasting. Sorry, cow. Okay, so just click and hold it. But just be wasteful about it. And I'm just trying to plant a whole lot of trees. In the meantime, we can go ahead and make a stone fence gate. Okay, we didn't get a whole lot of wall out of that, but that's okay. Alright, for the time, we're going to go right on back in here. For the moment, I actually do want the stone specifically. We continue building up a home up top. I'm not sure how much material I'm going to need for, like, getting armor, pickaxe, that kind of thing. I think what we actually need is a anvil or something of that nature. One thing I should do... Ah, I missed that I need saplings for torches as well. That's okay. Alright, well that's not amazing. Okay, so we're gonna need a sapling and all that. We just chop down some more trees and supplement our wood and do all that. And then with that, we can go ahead and get ourselves some more torches so we can explore. Better in the dark. A map fragment combined with 2 others for a map. Okay, hey Bassett, how's it going? Alright, so with that we can go... Here's a stack of torches. Then we can pop over here. Take a whole lot of wall. Okay. Mana potion. Okay, we got some iron up here from the looks of it. Okay, so right now what we're kind of after is just finding ore, fighting enemies. What are you? So you're clay. So let's grab that in case I need it for anything. Alright. So we got ourselves an alchemy lab. Down there. Let's take you out the bar so I don't waste you. Mysterious portal, so we've already got the boss summoning item. A broken copper sword. Okay, so they can just straight up drop copper ore. Alright, the enemies get way more involved than this, by the way. We're just very early game, fighting the very first enemies. Let's go ahead and grab this copper. Okay. And you do have different builds in this you can do, like you can go melee, ranged, caster, summoner, all that kind of stuff. We do have a person who's shown up in town as a pawnbroker we're going to want to deal with. But it's one of those things that, like, also you're going to want food and all that. They do have survival mechanics that you get hungry and eventually you need to eat. Rather than forcing you to do all that yourself, you can take the NPCs and have them do it for you. We're sure seeing a lot of these things. Alright, let's go see what this pawnbroker has for us. Okay. Would like to pawn some items. Ah, so the pawnbroker lets me sell stuff to you. I'm pretty sure I already have an alchemy bench. I do. Let's see what happens if I pawn the alchemy bench on you. 10 gold. Cool. In the meantime, we can go down here. Start doing that. Go over here. Work on enclosing my house. We can go ahead and get ourselves a stone door. What else can we do? We get tiled stone path, stone brick floor. Yes, we got our different patterns. Okay. So we're working on getting that all set up. We can go ahead and put the chest in the corner here for now. We'll toss in my mana and my health potion for the time being. Get the coins. I don't have anything to do with the bait. Okay, so we have the guidebook here. So I should be able to take the clay. That shows me everything we can make with clay in the game. It looks like it's a lot of planters, a brick door, a brick wall, a clay gauntlet, which gives me some more defense in my trinket slot. An incinerator destroys items over time. A cooking pot, a building potion. Most of the rest of the stuff I don't really care about. A sink. Alright. So not a whole lot I care about right this moment with the amount we have. We can go ahead and melt these down. Okay, and that lets us make the anvil. So we can make a copper bow or copper boots. Right, and all these can be upgraded using different materials. Okay. So you can place that in farmland. I don't have farmland yet, so let's drop. Wait, actually, was this... That's right. This game, the shovel was for destroying the terrain. And I believe when we pull up the terrain, it becomes farmland. I can hopefully plant these to keep a steady supply of corn. Or not? What am I forgetting? Okay, so we can make some armor and stuff. Let's use our crafting book. Okay, so let's grab the wood that's in here, because that might actually be the problem. Yeah, that's the problem, they didn't have wood in here. Okay, so we can make ourselves a copper spear or a copper sword, some copper armor. Okay, we also did find map pieces. Okay, so objects. So we can make our cartographer's table. Interesting. You got a question mark for me. What's that about? That's fine. You can have my 4 pieces of stone wall for next to nothing. So I've got a bunch of bars here. We're short on wood. Okay. You're actually out of wood. Yeah, Necesse reminds you a lot of a top-down Terraria, but also has a lot of mechanics that remind you of other games. Like, for example, they have an equivalent of, like, maps in Path of Exile where you can kind of go into, like, incursions and all that. So it does kind of really expand on its own. Ow, don't shoot me. It's rude. There's a bunch of, like, base building side of it as well. Alright, so the pawnbroker is leaving. That's fine. We do have the boss spawning item, but I literally don't have a set of armor yet. So we're going to want to get that sorted. We'll probably have to seek out additional materials as well. But in the meantime, I'm just kind of chopping back this forest line a little bit so I can get more wood. Yeah, it's like if you were to sit there and be like, what is the core part of it? I would definitely say it's like a top-down Terraria. You know, you got boss fights, you do a bunch of your exploration, a lot of the progression works similar. Has a whole variety of crafting benches that allow for different types of materials to be made, yada yada. Trees bad, they hide the bad things. Yes. We can have 1 tree in this community, but 2 trees is too many. Alright, so we could make a wood fishing rod, which would allow us to catch fish. I don't have that, so I'm going to make it. Let's get the armor. Oh, that's trinket ability slot. Then we have just trinket slot. Okay, that's fine. So we've got simple bullets, fire arrows, iron arrows, wooden shield. We've used up too much copper now to do anything else with. So we did put on our copper armor. We did give ourselves a tiniest bit of armor. I'm gonna go put lights around here so you can actually see the enemies as they move around. Okay, we keep getting our map fragments. So it says combine 2 for a map. Okay. The question is where it says combine 2 for a map, where? Ah, demonic workstation or regular workstation with some wood. Double check that again. So if we drop you here, so we can combine 2 maps at a workstation. That lets me exchange maps. Otherwise, the rest are tungsten and demonic. So as I get map fragments for right now, we just chuck them in the box. We'll chuck the spawning thing in the box so I don't accidentally use it and get myself killed. Chuck the saplings in there. In the meantime, we're just going to hop back down into the dungeon again. Okay. So let's look at what we can do with the sunflowers. So sunflowers can be used to make life elixir, revival potions. So they're being used for potions primarily. Yellow and blue books. Yellow book, test tubes, fertilizer. If we put in a compost bin. We don't have anything we can cook with them. They don't have nutrition, but they do spoil. I did see that we also could make a, Okay, so we can get a bucket. And the bucket will let us milk cows. There's been a cow running around here somewhere. Ow. Oh, helps if I'm actually watching there. I was looking at my inventory for where the bucket was. Okay, so we got milk. We can use that for crafting as well. These say, so that's all cooking pot. And a cheese press. So you spoil in 3 hours, you spoil in 7. And we're just going to go ahead and leave the sunflowers in here to spoil. Well, it's going to be daytime. Let's explore the area around us above ground. See if we can't find anything interesting. I want to say, if I remember correctly, yeah, we've got a village to our east that we found a map for. Let's go check them out real quick. Let's see, do you have to build a room for that one question mark guy? So I don't need to build a room for him. He has a mission for me to kill a boss. But, like, we really don't have much of anything. Wait, why is that got a big mark on it? That feels ominous and like I should leave it alone. Interesting. Is the mime killing you? Mime? Okay, so the mime is not our friend. Ow. Wait, what am I doing? I'm not trying to hit you. I'll save this world from the mime. Look. Well, it was always going to happen this way. No one wanted this, but it's where it's going to go. That sooner or later we were going to become a mime. A requirement for all protests. Snowstone, give me the pine wood. Swampstone, give me the torch. Shining copper axe. That's better than what I got. Thank you, friends. Sunflower seeds, ice blossom seeds, torch, fertilizer. The punch was worse than the problem. Have you ever looked at the stars and just wondered? Would like to buy something. So you sell seeds. I'd like to sell something. You want to buy these items. Thank you. You want to join my village? I will join your settlement for a bunch of... Let's see. A bunch of coins, wheat, and sunflowers. Interesting. I wasn't expecting him to ask for change for it. Okay, what's the icon down here that's all lit up? Oh, they're pirates. Okay, so there's pirates. We found another all-dangerous mime. Apparently some games have skeletons. This game we got mimes. Mime on mime violence. So you're an alchemist. We can buy potions from you and a lab coat. You are willing to buy these flowers from me. I'm assuming they'll join if I manage to get a bunch of stuff. So one of the things we're going to want to do is get ourselves some farmland. If we get some farmland set up, we can start getting the stuff they want. I also just realized I'm getting really hungry. Okay, those are bees. Where were the icons we had? Yeah, so there's a dungeon entrance down here. There's someone standing nearby it. There's pirates just to the side of the dungeon entrance. Okay, you want leather and money to join my settlement. You want wheat and money to join my settlement. Alright, so where's the dungeon entrance down here? Oh, what are you? Void Apprentice. I'm trying to leave you alone. I apologize about getting near your dungeon without permission. Yeah, we got a village up here. That hurts my feelings. I was like, hey man, you want to join my settlement? And it's like, no, there's literally no point in me interacting with you. It's like, alright, well screw you too. Okay, so what we can probably do is running above or underground. That feels dangerous and terrifying. Oh, you are a big spider. Are we cool? Please. I'm sorry, Mr. Spider. I'm actually sorry. Okay, so the spider big mean. Okay, so let's see here. Because we can go ahead and pop up you. So the cave spider gland, I can make different sets of armor. I can make a royal egg. Okay. Spider boomerang. Venom staff, so you could put poison on the ground. And the spider staff, which is what I kind of figured. The moment I saw spiders, like, you're going to let me summon those, right? Healed by wool and all that. So pretty much what I'm doing is walking around. Yes, the pawnbroker will buy a bunch of different things. Buy my ninja stars. Buy my grass seeds. Buy my fertilizer. Buy my clothes. I already have wood axe. I mean, that is the wood axe. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Alright. And per the usual, we're just going to steal everything from everyone we see nearby. Fire resistance, knockback potion, and all that. Okay, you don't want anything we've got. I'm assuming I'm not going to want anything you have to sell, right? Yep. You're just a regular villager. That'll be your dresser. Just taking a peek around because we don't know anything about Elvis the Trader. Okay, that's the guard. And just putting down some torches in the surrounding area. Alright, so not a very big village from the looks of it. Now, if I can manage to kill a couple of those spiders... then I could potentially give myself a summoning item. Nope. Nope, the queen spider has not awoken. Okay. So what I want to do is try and get those spiders. Okay. I'm not sure what summoned the queen spider. I'm assuming it was something I hit. Alright. I have a feeling we don't... Oh no, he put a trap on me. Okay, alright, hang on. Oh, that's not where the ladder is? Okay, so there's awful things down there. There is the spider area. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of other things in that area as well. Okay. So realistically, what's going to need to happen is... I'm assuming they've all... Okay, they did... Well, sort of. They did kind of retreat back. Alright. I'm gonna guess if I had this all lit up, things won't spawn in it. So let's deliberately make the spider area dark again. The surrounding area there will go ahead and light that up. It's fine. We'll see about finding more spiders later. It's daytime. Let's work our way back home. because we did check out the town, see what we could get. Apparently got multiple trapper hats, which is cosmetic, so we'll pawn those when we get the chance. And work our way back over here home. Apprentice Enchanting Scroll. You guys forgot that they moved everything away from being islands based in this game? Oh yeah, no, I remember when I very first messed with it, it was like, you'd go into one little island and be kind of, you know, its own little biome, go to the next island, it's its own biome. And instead they went for like one big world. Which I'd much rather be one big world than a bunch of little islands anyways. Oh, there's a shark. Probably don't want to mess with that. Okay, so it sounds like what I'm going to want to do is start trying to figure out what I can do to get farmland up and running. Because the villagers, to get a farmer to join to make them do the farming for me so I don't have to do it anymore, that does sound like it's going to be on them. Oh, the grass regrew. What happens if I... Okay, so it's not one of those things where I use it and then use it the second time in the same spot. Let's see. Quick stack. I will drop off these potions. So it's a tinker slot, but it does slow down my movement speed while making it so I can swim really fast. If we're doing a lot of swimming, that'll be worth keeping. Those will wait till we have someone coming through. Let us not bother enchanting anything until we have something better. Burning that and like just the crappy stuff would be good. Iron bomb we don't want. The barrel I can place. There we go. And the rest we got a bunch of seeds and all that. Oh, here, let's drop off the grass seeds. Okay. So no new tables or anything here yet. Let's get our floral place down. So let's see, like 6 more maybe. Alright, doesn't look like we can do 6 more, that's fine. Alright, how did you go? We got the 1 more copper there. We've got swamp stone. Yeah, so you make different style of stone floor and all that, which I do appreciate. And we did have the trigger of the queen spider. Yeah, snow cave. Yes, we got the black spider. And we had the queen spider, which looks like it gave us a bunch of stuff. It appears that would be the snow biome. So let's go ahead and start clearing a path down underground towards it. Because we know the snow biome is straight to our east. It's actually like really just go straight east with this. So we can open up our ladder so we know we can get around reasonably. Because then the hope here might be that over time we start clearing up like a little selves like underground highway kind of deal. Okay. Plus, then if we manage to get enough iron, then maybe we can get ourselves a better pickaxe and all that kind of stuff. Okay. As part of the reason I was hoping to get the spider staff, because having a summon, you know, you can stand back and let the summon do some of the work. Even if it's not effective, it's still a thing where I can just kind of keep around the corner and deal with it as able. Versus having to, like, personally stop and fight every single fight. Alright. Alright, I'd like to get this iron down here. Okay. The thing was the spider summoning staff takes 12 of the glands. We only got 2 for our first spider kill, and we only barely got that spider kill. Yeah, there's 0 chance of chasing that thing down, catching it. Okay. Cool. We are getting the whole area lit up pretty well. I'm trying to remember when it comes to all this, like how I had to deal with this last time, because I haven't played a ton of this game. But I definitely know we got to the point where we'd killed a couple of bosses and all that. I had, you know, decent kit. Certainly not endgame. There's, I'm sure, more. Yeah, I want to say a big part was putting those torches down to reduce the spawns in the area when you're traveling. Getting trinkets that let you move around quicker. Okay. Because the other reason I don't mind getting all the stone is with the stone, then I can start building roadways, like paths in between, give myself more materials for building houses, all that kind of stuff. Because when you go to get villagers, I remember they have certain requirements they need to keep happy, like they need to be fed, they need to have other stuff like that. Alright. But if we can get this opened up where I can just run over to where those spiders are. then with a little bit of work, we can start getting ourselves set up to get the summer equipment. At least that's something I found so far. Oh, I need to move you down here, don't I? Like any responsible person, we just chug down like 6 gallons of milk as our lunch. That's certainly not something you'd end up regretting almost immediately. Fun fact, you couldn't actually do that even if you wanted to. If you like chug down a whole gallon of milk in too short of a time, it will literally just make you sick. Not even from like a lactose intolerant or anything. I ain't touching that button. Okay, we got music, an enchanting scroll, a recall potion, bombs, copper, speed potion, a trinket slot that increases my capacity for stamina or whatever. Okay. Alright, so we've got the snow biome, which is where it said the spiders could be found. We did see one in its own like little web area. And I don't know what we did last time that spawned the spider queen, which I just noped out because I'm literally using the equipment I started with. And usually in these kind of games, like, the vast majority of what you're doing is preparation for a fight. So when you go to take on the next boss, you're like, okay, what are the weapons I can get my hands on to help out with this? Royal egg. A frozen dwarf. Raining blows like this is not working out so great for me. Okay, Ice Javelin I assume is just a ranged weapon. Yeah, so it's clear to see that the Royal Egg is the problem. Alright, well I almost died, but I did manage to snag that. Let's go ahead and run back real quick. We can let them respawn and all that. And my horrifically low life to become less horrifically low. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can grab you out of the way here. Plant our seeds again. So what have you got for me? You know what they say, gotta catch them all. Will you join my settlement? Okay, so the animal keeper will join my settlement for just straight up cash. The thing is, I don't realistically see ourselves as in being able to do a lot of animal care until such time that I actually have more stuff for them. So we can drop off you, drop off the ninja stars, drop off the battle potion, drop off the enchantment, drop off the stone pressure plate. Drop off the bomb, drop off the speed potion. Actually, what am I doing? I can go quick stack those out of the way. I will keep that there. Get the flowers. From the Necesse OST by RRBE, put a music player to play. We don't have a music player, so we'll just store that. A wood arrow trap. We can leave that there for right now because I can't do wiring things. We've got snowstone and all that. Alright. With all that, we can go down here. Let's chuck the ore in here. And that ore in there. Just let it cook for a minute. Okay. So, we want to make another house potentially to allow us to start bringing in some neighbors. The thing we haven't found is how I make farm soil. Oh wait, you know what I bet? I bet you we go to the crafting bench itself, and it's probably something like wood and or clay that I make a block to put down in the ground that is the farm soil. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so let's make ourselves a decent-sized farm, because the farmers just wanted a little bit of money and for me to have, like, weed and sunflowers and all that stuff. What we could probably do is get a decent little farm set up here, do a round to 2 of the various crops, and then with those, like, 2 or 3 things of the various crops, that should be more than enough for me to be able to hire one of the farmers. And then once we hire one of the farmers, we can have the farmer, you know, do what they do and take care of farming for me so I don't have to do it myself. And then that'll open us up to potentially bringing in animals or other such. Now, when you're building your settlement, it can be attacked. And I don't remember the rules behind that, like what causes it to be more or less likely to be attacked, what you can do to mitigate it. There are settings, so if you don't want to be attacked often, you can tone it down or up, whatever you prefer. Alright, let's start this by going down here. Just getting all the farmland we can. Okay. And for those who don't know, Bassett, another content creator on the platform, does a lot of like turn-based RPGs, that kind of thing. So like your Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of thing. So let's go ahead and get wheat down. We've got sunflowers over there. Get some corn planted because we can. Do you grow here? Ah, if I plant one over the other, it'll uproot the other. That's fine. At least it doesn't waste the seeds. Would you like to buy a thing from me? So you'll take wool and leather. I can buy hunter equipment and like an iron bow and all that. We're gonna leave that alone for right this second. Let's go ahead and start chopping down a bunch more trees. While it's daytime, we can start working on building in our house. Okay. I'm gonna go over here somewhere and plant a bunch of trees. That way, you know, when I need more wood, we've got it. I kind of wish it would automatically space them out, whatever's acceptable, but I am entirely too lazy to do this right. So we're just going to go ahead and run along here and smack them down and may the best trees survive. Okay, so I got a bunch of those. Let's make a bunch of wood walls so we can go ahead and get our next thing going. Making sure we don't have any more workbenches that we haven't seen before. It's not looking like it. It looks fine here. Okay, so we can make copper stuff. We can also... Oh, we can actually make the spider boots. So the problem with that is making the spider boots without actual summon equipment. It will give me a movement speed bonus, which is certainly something worth mentioning. But unfortunately, that'll be the only thing I get out of it, which won't help me too much. We can make the clay gauntlet, which will give me an increased resilience and slows resilience decay, which is an interesting one. I have an open tinker slot. We're going to go ahead and just toss it in there because better to have some kind of stat than no stat. Do you have any idea how to capture the Thrumbo? Not yet, unfortunately. I'm assuming we will run into an item or something like that that gets a hold of it, but I have not seen the Thrumbo yet. Yes, the animal keeper's out of here. That's fine. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's also, while we're here, craft stone paths. Okay. Cool, so we got a nice little walkway over here. Put a walkway right to the middle of our farm. Okay, we can break this down. Put a torch in there for just a minute. We'll need a bit more wood. I'm just trying to get a second building to potentially be a house and all that. Again, with the intention of trying to bring in a farmer or whatnot. Okay. So we need a wood door, 3 or 4 pieces of wall, and then a bunch of flooring. Let's go down here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I actually had more wood wall. We can grab the wood door. And wood flooring. Okay. We get ourselves a nice little house here. Oh, resilience is like... just a defensive armor kind of thing. Lets me kind of take a hit and bounce it off. So like energy shield. Alright, that's pretty cool. Okay, let's get back in here. I should be able to get the last, like, 12, well, it's probably more than that, like 20 floor tiles. Get that built. Could you not? Yeah, it's fine. I already know I'm going to end up needing to build more and more of this stuff, so no sweat if I overbuild. Alright. There. So we basically got a house there that just needs stuff set up. Right now, I'll put some torches here so we can actually see. I do have more floor tile. Okay. And the idea is this is a way to burn up stone and all that as we expand, get ourselves an area. We can walk faster on these floor tiles, so it's worth doing. We got more of these. For right now, let's chuck this in there. Let's chuck the flowers in there. Those are all growing. We can probably get more farmland if I got more wood. Oh, so you're going to be fighting down there. Let's go and see if we can't score ourselves some more spider glands. I'm starting to get a little bit more functionality. Is this an actual base building version of RimWorld? No, this is way more in the scope of, like, Terraria. Okay, I found a living beach that we just murdered. But this is way more Terraria than RimWorld. Like, RimWorld, the idea is you have, like, the active storyteller trying to constantly screw you over kind of thing. This does not have that kind of mechanic. That's the next direction you're going? Yeah, no, we've kind of discussed a couple times that I need to stop hanging out by that royal egg. You're gonna make me hit it, putting me into a boss fight I can't actually manage. Alright, screw these things. I'm backing off. Okay. You gonna eat little Debbie? Yeah, no, little Debbies are good. Ow. Okay, so I found another spider nest area. The thing is, I need the actual spiders to be here. Which is where I've been struggling a bit on that one. Wouldn't be so bad if there was a way I could get the light so I could see the spiders, but also that I wouldn't prevent the spiders from spawning. It also doesn't help that I've got that royal egg in the middle there, that if I accidentally hit it, we fight a boss. And we're still really bad on our equipment side of things. But if we can get the spider summoning staff, that'll help a lot. That'll be an actual weapon I can use. Okay, that's an interesting area to look at. There's another royal egg for another time, another opportunity to spawn the boss. Okay, I'm guessing if we die, we probably drop most, if not all, of our money. But it does tell me there's another spider biome right up there. The heck are you? Complete impale the same enemy 5 times using ice javelins in the ice biome. Attack speed potion. Got a frost shard. Okay, so we got that. Okay. That's one spider. Okay, what are you? Are you silver? Frost shards. Okay, that's fine. Alright, but that's still more spider glands. Like I said, I need 12, and we are at, right now, 5, unfortunately. The big problem we've been running into is each one of these areas we're going where the spiders spawn, we've only been finding, like, a spider one time. Which I don't think is a deliberate decision. I think it's just not having so great of luck. Okay, and let's go back here. We got ourselves a bunch of goodies we can drop off real quick. And those javelins seem to be working out relatively well from the ice biome. It was weird that I was, for some reason I remember those biomes that are like the cold and the hot biomes hurting you if you went into them, but that does not appear to be the case. That could be me mixing up games because I have played a lot of games that are vaguely in this like loose type of genre. But, you know, it'd be real tricky sometimes to know which ones are which and what's going on there. Alright, so we've got that. Let's go and drop the gold in there. I can pop up here. Quick stack you away. Quick stack you away. Alright. So, is there any of these we want to take? So, we keep getting more sunflowers. That's good. It seems like it might be resetting the sunflower decay time each time I grab one. I don't know if that's true or not, or if that's just 100% in my head. I can drop off that potion here real fast. We did get some beet seeds to add on to the seed pool. We got some tomato seeds, same deal. So those are down to 6 hours before my bread goes bad. We'll eat a tomato. Okay, so for ice shards, the ice shards with the demonic... Okay, so the ice shards would effectively let me upgrade my spider stuff to having even more. Then there's the frost armor. And we can make a frost shard pickaxe that can do that. Let's go ahead, because I think we have enough of those. Alright, so better pickaxe. Love to see it. We can go ahead and chuck the wood pickaxe in there. Got a broken iron pickaxe. Let's go down here. Got a bunch of different types of stone. Let's chuck the stones in the box for now. Okay. So here's a question. If I just take the sunflower seeds directly, can I try and plant them? The answer is we just can do that. Alright, so those gotta wait more. That wheat is ready, but we'll go ahead and just let that grow until we get a full set. Alright, I really want to get this spider thing going. The good news is I got a better pickaxe, so I should be able to mine through stuff quicker. All right. Oh, I must have stacked away my spears. Ow. Get over here, you nerd. Okay, I do see that the blacksmith showed up, so we're gonna run over here, just check real fast. Okay. Okay, so since we checked that real fast, we don't have the respawns yet. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is the blacksmith did show up back in town. I'm gonna go quickly check in the blacksmith, see if there's anything we want or if we want to try and recruit him. Because he might be able to get me something worthwhile. And we can make that happen. Great. If not, I gotta figure out how to address the spider spawn rates. It doesn't help that they're in the middle of that. They have like the royal spider egg thing in the middle of their territory. That is going to be a whole issue. Okay. Will you join my settlement? Sure. Use. Settlers are unhappy and will go on strike and work less. Need the blacksmith, click for help. Unhappy settlers will go on strike and work less. Talk to your settlers and ask them how they're feeling and check in things. Settlers have no assigned bed and have low food. Let's see. Alright, so you have that. There's some food. Have a lovely time. Meanwhile, beds. What do I need to make a bed? We've got wood. I assume it's gonna be like wood and cloth or whatever. Here we are. So wood and wool. Not super shocking. It's gonna be a little annoying because now I need to murder a bunch of sheep in the dark. Okay, we killed a bunch of sheep, or a bunch of zombies in the forest and got credit. Okay, and one more should do it. So hopefully their population can recover after I've done this to them. Alright, now the next thing I need is I need a little bit more wood. Let's get over here. Okay, and then I need to go to the farm and deal with farm things. Okay, so you can go ahead and move you down here. Oh! So we can make shears. Let's do that for the future. So instead of killing all the sheep, we, you know, we shear them. So that we slowly don't decrease our sheep population to unsustainable rates. Alright, so I must need a different piece of furniture to do the bed, because I don't see it here. So a little afraid of that. So let's go ahead and go to our crafting book. Put the wool on there. So they need a carpenter's bench. Okay. So let's figure out what we need to make a carpenter's bench. Landscaping station, apiary, workbench. Carpenter's bench is 5 iron bars and then some wood. We're gonna have to deal with that. In the meantime, quick stack all that away. Give me those. Quick stack this away. Quick stack that away. Okay, so we've got more food for you. Cool, and the corn's still growing, I believe. That's the beets. All right. Cool. So we got ourselves a bunch of wheat and sunflower. Those will still be good for a while, so there's a good chance I might be able to run down to the farm area and bring in a farmer. But first, I need more iron. Let's try and find some more iron real quick. Okay. We will go to where the spiders are to go look for it, though. So that maybe I can, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing. Alright. So we did get the blacksmith, which is at least something. But, not able to do much with them. Okay, we got a royal egg. It says check your phobias. Which is the game subtle way of being like, hey man, it's a big freaking spider egg. Okay. Let's be real careful. Oh, I hate that. Okay, we need to get out of here is what we need. I pulled that switch, and there was just a giant explosion of death. Fortunately, not with me in the center of it. But, we did kill a whole bunch. And I did get an item to spawn... I did get an item to spawn the spider, if I so desire. What difficulty are you on? The default. I've only played the game like once or twice before, very early on. So I wasn't going to jump into the hardest difficulty while I'm still learning the basics of the game and all that. There we go. There's some iron. Fortunately, not very much. Okay. That's fine, you run away. The rate I'm going, the zombies are going to be my primary source of iron at this rate. Okay. Oh. I forgot you were vampires. Okay. Hey, Mark, how's it going? There we go. That's the iron I've needed. Just want to get that carpenter's bench up. Oh, and you're getting mad at me. Okay. So let's get back home real fast. All right. Go plants there. Let's get this iron smelting. If we're lucky, we'll have enough for the carpenter's bench. So I got you going. We got plenty of wood in there. We got bat wings and all that. So let's see what we got here. So bat wings, a vampiric lamp, sprays a torrent of blood projectiles. Cool. Okay, well that smelts. Let's get to the village. I think we might have enough materials. I mean, actually, we aren't going to bring on the farmer right now. The reason I'm not going to bring the farmer on right this second is just because if I do, I'd be dealing with more problems for homeless people. I mean, or I bring the farmer on anyways, and we'll just deal with them getting all upset and going on strike for a little while. Yeah, I think to the left here was a farmer. Hi, wifey.
I'm heading to bed, guys.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Is this game fun scheme?
It's been fun so far.
I like games that are fun scheme.
I haven't died yet, which is pretty amazing considering I picked fights with stuff I ought not.
Are you what's your hat? Are you cool?
I'm a mime right now. Well, I was attacked by a mime, so I murdered them, and then I took their clothes.
So you're not cool. I'm teasing.
It is what it is.
All you mimes out there, you're great. Good on ya. I love you, puppy.
Love you too. Alright, so let's see here. You wanted 44 sunflower and 55 wheat. So I can't actually bring you on board. So let's go ahead and let's get the money. Let's see, those are all cosmetic. We can rope passive animals. We get a couple of seeds of types I don't have. Why are you playing like ominous combat music? Why is the entire forest coming after me angrily? Okay. So let's run up here. The animal trader is in the area. Ow! Okay, don't let the shark bite you. Its first hit hurt, and then it bled me for half my health. Okay, so that should be exactly enough to make the carpenter's bench. And with the carpenter's bench, you can make a spruce bed. Okay. Settlers. We have assigned a bed to you. Okay, that'll make you very happy. Alright. Let's drop all that in there. Got potions, got another spawner. Got a bunch of this stuff. Oh, I should check. There's the alchemist down there. I could potentially sell that too. And we got the corn seeds. All right. So I'm chucking a bunch of this stuff in here for right now, with the intention of, like, offloading a lot of these responsibilities on someone who is not me. You got a cod? Where'd you get a cod from? Meanwhile, let's go to our stuff here. So, we can go to commands, settings, that's fine. I don't know what make publicing. So let's see, diets, restrict, work priorities. Okay, so you can farm. Yeah, we'll let them all just have whatever. Okay, so the blacksmith surprisingly can actually do all the other things. I'm going to end up needing wood and all that. Can I sleep in your bed to make it daytime? Okay. Excellent. So then, the next thing would be to try and get ourselves some more wool, so I can get another bed. so we got wool and some wood. There we go. So you're taking care of all that. So let's go see if we can't find... sheep to trim. Cool. And then some trees to cut down. And I'm curious if we can shove more beds in one room, or if I have to make multiple... Sorry, sheep. I'm not trying to murder you, you're just in the way of my axe. Alright, so with this, let's go ahead and we can run over here and see what else we can craft. Can I bring you on? Okay, so we've got you on board. And so we can go down here. You now have an oak bed. Okay, so now, gotcha. So you can do animal husbandry, so that'll be a priority since only you can do it. We will go to our settlers bed, done. Gotcha, so they're relatively content, but it's not as happy as they were when they each had their own room. So that's probably just something to keep in mind, as we will have limitations there. Now the question here would be what it takes to bring more of them in. But how are you feeling? I'm sharing my room with other settlers. That's kind of what I figured. I don't actually care that much yet, but it will be a thing that'll become a factor in time, I'm sure. So in the meantime, let's chuck the wood and all that in here. I believe... Well, actually, let's see what roles I can't actually do with my people right now. So command, no, it's work priorities, fertilize, fishing, and hunting. All right, that's fine. We could run back down here towards this village. I believe, if I recall correctly, that there was a an alchemist down here who would buy all these crops that I still had in my inventory, because they'll just rot otherwise if I hold on to them. If I can just get some easy cash, let's get the easy cash. Missing a queen. Get ourselves some snacks. That's a weird building down there. It's a bunch of easy ore in there. Okay, that's the pirates area down there. Let's leave that alone. Like to sell you something. Thank you. Can you sell me potions and a lab coat? Okay, sunflower, fire moan, and all that. Okay, that's still fine. That's ultimately what I'd want to do, is just discard that, so it wasn't just sitting in my pocket rotting. Oh, I need to get all these seeds and put those in the box for our people. And then the hope would be from there is by having all the, and them all do that, we can just get a bunch of the wheat and the sunflower set aside. And then with the wheat and the sunflowers... Oh, if you just want to leave your box unprotected? Thank you. But with the with all that, I hope they'll just get all my stuff that we can recruit one of the farmers or whatever. Okay, configure, no equipment, no wiring, no tiles, no materials. Food can go in there of all varieties. Yeah, leave it like that. And we'll make you high priority. So the hope here is that all the food and the seeds will find their way into that box. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and try and get back to getting our equipment at all. Because we want to get that spider staff, because once we get the spider staff, we can cut loose with the spider. Okay, so we've had some of this regrow. Okay. Okay, no sign there. Alright, that's weird that we went in there and there's a solid wall of just enemies. Okay. So it's 6 glands. Okay. So I'm trying to do is just scout these out, because I think it was a total of 12 of the glands. I've got 6. Sometimes they drop in pairs, but I've only had that happen like once or twice. Where are you coming from? All right. We did manage to kill another one, though, so it's at least something. Okay, you've got, like, desert over there. Got sugar beets, we haven't seen those before. And I did see a spider lurking up here. These rooms are solid. Frozen enemies are terrifying. Okay. We got another one of them. That's 7. Yeah, don't really tangle with that. I don't have enough ammo. Okay. And this clearing the surrounding area before we start hunting and all this. All right. Okay, what difficulty are we on? I'm just on like the default. I haven't played much of the game yet, so we're kind of learning as we go and all that. So I didn't want to jump in on the super difficulty settings. Alright, so we got over here, that's where we have the cave. They were cutting straight right to where we got this other spider we know about. We know there's a ladder down here to get out of as well. Alright. Okay, so we're starting to get to where the biome mixes over here. There's another area for spiders. Okay, so it looks like that I can't mine through that. Might be able to mine down over here to where that spider biome is there. Okay. All right. Yep, so now we have the underground area that'll take me straight to the village. That's at least some good news. Don't really need that, though. Alright. So let's head back. We did manage to score ourselves like 4 more of the glands, the spider glands. If we manage to score just a couple more, that'd be great. I'm partly hoping once we get the like get a summon, then in cases like this where I'm trying to like get stuff like the spiders in the darkness and all that, that they'll go after the spiders before I can necessarily. Oh! Okay, well, there's another one. Because they just like to chill in the darkness like that. Come on. Okay. So I've got, what was it, 10 of them? 11 of them. So in theory, I probably only need one more. If I can make one more happen, we'll be in good shape. Alright, that should be what I need for my summoning staff. Let's get the heck out of here, because with the summoning staff, I should at least have a decent weapon now. And then with that, we'll be able to potentially hunt those things a lot easier, because they won't just be hiding in the darkness anymore. My summon should go after them if I remember how the summons work. And with that, we'll then be able to go and, get, our spider boots and chest and all that stuff and actually have some type of combat ability. Watch till I've missed something like I need a particular altar or something like that to do that. Okay. We got the spider boomerang. There we go. So we got the venom staff, the sparkler, spider staff. Yeah, so the venom staff places venom on the ground. Spider staff. Done. So let's go ahead and chuck you in place of the boomerang, I think. Alright. And put you over here. Do that. So you're working on all this food and stuff. You have rearranged it for me, so I appreciate that. We did get leather from somewhere, which I don't know when that happened, but I'm not unhappy. So let's check on the book, and the leather will get me a bunch of different things. I could use it to make a new crafting guide. Increase attack speed. Hardened shield, leather hood. A tent. Cool stuff. Let's drop the leather off here. Quick stack you away. Quick stack you away. Boy, the sugar beets, I guess. Drop off all our potions. So sort. Yeah, I can drop the iron off in there. Okay. So let's see. I don't have more of this. All right, let's go ahead and see if we head down there with our little spider friend now. Can be milled at the grain mill. That's fine. Okay. So let's go back over here and see if we can go and get our little spider friend to do stuff for us. Let's see how good this summoning item is. My expectation is it's probably not a lot of damage per tick, but the fact that it can like run in the darkness and all that to get stuff that'll be hard for me to see and just run up to enemies that would otherwise be ranging me should go a long ways. I just need to find an enemy tested. Okay, so you beelined up there, and you actually do a relatively okay damage per tick. Okay. So we did get stuff for taking on the rest. Yeah, so it definitely went into the dark after the frozen thing, so I assume it'll do the same for the spiders. Oh, there's my spider friend. Okay, so nothing there. Let's go ahead. Where are you going? What do you see that I don't see? Okay, another trinket for better protection for ourselves. Okay, there is a spider over there. Raiders are approaching from the west. I'd like to quickly get this spider over here, and then we'll just recall scroll back. Okay, come on. Cool, and with that... Okay, where are these raiders? Meanwhile, while we're waiting for them to do their thing. Okay, so basic armor's like 7 and all that. Okay. That is not what I wanted to do. It's probably fine for right now. I'll clean it up after the fight. Well, it seems a little bit to you like Charia meets RimWorld. I guess I don't really get the RimWorld comparison. It definitely feels very Terraria to me. Okay, so raiders are over here. But yeah, no, it's very much like a top-down Terraria. I would agree to that, though. It could just be, to me, I always think of RimWorld as having like the whole, you know, storyteller causing you mayhem, disease, all that kind of stuff. Just staying way far away and just letting the spider run in there. We're very early game, so understandably the raids are going to be pretty minuscule. Good job, raiders. So you got the sparkler, shoots a stream of molten metal. Alright, so I got my new ranged weapon, I think. But yeah, no, I'm not saying like anyone's wrong for thinking it's like RimWorld or anything like that. It's just not something I necessarily feel the same on. But that's okay, I don't need to. Okay, I think I grabbed all the stuff I accidentally stacked away here. So we got cabbage. Got another CD player. Another chest to open up to all of the NPCs to do stuff with. We've got tools to potentially smelt later. I'll toss the boomerang in here. So let's go ahead and change this one. This will be the equipment box. I'm not using arrows, so we'll chuck those in there as well. We also have another box here. Got another record. Alright, Are they doing good about lumberjacking themselves? I don't think they are. That's okay, I don't want to deal with that. Alright, so just as a precaution, let's chuck the money in here. I'm starting to get a pretty good pile. And how many glands did I need? Start trying to get our armor and whatnot. Okay, so the armor we would want, we're gonna make the regular spider one, so it's 10 for... I don't know why I'd want the spider boomerang. And then the venom staff places venom on the ground. Spider nest. So we can make our own artificial spider nest, but that seems like it'd be a lot of effort. Yeah, so it seems like it's attacks poison targets for 10 damage over 5 seconds, grants immunity to slow, +1 max summonings. Yeah, so it's 4, 14, 21. That's actually quite a bit of spider stuff. It is interesting that it can make more spider biome. You know what we could probably do? We might see if we can't rip up the flooring in one of the spider biomes to combine with the other spider biome. to make ourselves a bigger spider biome nearer to home. We'll see if that's a thing we can even do. Because then I can potentially make one big spider biome for purpose of getting that all set up. Because it looks like we'll get multiple tiers of spider armor over the game's length. Okay, spider, you doing something? Nope, spiders chill. Means they're probably safe. Oh, wait. Spider saw something. It's right there. Sweet. Got 2 glands to press 1. What were you after? You saw something. You got excited. Okay. Let's see if we can't rip up this spider biome. Okay, that does not work. Doing that just destroys the biome. It was worth testing. Okay. Okay, we're just burning them all. Okay. Getting runestones and stuff, but I want spider. Yeah, so it seems like the one downside with the spider is you can't control its targeting, and it's definitely not like the thing closest to you or it. It kind of just wants to run around and do its own thing half the time. Alright, that's fine. It's interesting that they respawned so close to me. Alright. We did kill the spider. It did give us glands. Let's get back down there. That is ultimately what we're here for. Broken tools and all that. Some potions and all that. Okay. Oh, okay. You hurt a lot if I let you get that fully triggered. Okay, what are you after now? Mana exhaustion. Okay, so if we completely exhaust our mana, it slows down the rate we get more mana back. I can get behind that. Okay, and how much are we up to in our glands? We're at 8. We could definitely get a piece or two of equipment. Yeah, we definitely don't want to run our mana out entirely again. That's actually a pretty severe penalty. That thing's taking forever to recover. I have no idea if there's a limit on how many targets I can hit at a time or anything like that. All right. Oh, there's Nargland. You know, definitely the farming materials also feels very much like Terraria in the sense that you're like, oh, well, I need to go get whatever that drops off this enemy. So you find like an area where you can fight them and just keep on killing them till you get what you're looking for. Did you just chase that rat for no reason? Okay. I'd love to get one more gland so we can get the chest piece. And then we'll grab that. That should... Well, actually, the head would give me 2 summons. Let's go for the head first. I think that one I can already get, actually. You see something? Oh, you're just going after this. Alright, let's run back home. After I kill this spider here. Okay. What are you after? Nothing I care about. Okay, so let's go get our next piece of equipment built, which would again help us out with getting more damage on the spider. which in turn makes it so we'll be able to fight stuff easier. So it is nice now that I have a summon that can chase things down, and I've actually got a weapon that can do some range damage. Even if it's kind of only like medium range. We also have our villagers taking care of themselves for the time being. Alright, go in here for the moment. Drop you off. And you off. Okay, so claw scraps, we use those for stuff using runestone and all that. Get a banner that doesn't do anything but looks great. Can make a tent. Raven effigy. I'm assuming that's a bad time. Duelist clock. Okay, so it's also... Alright, so technically I can actually fight those rune enemies. And that gives me a very weird set of armor. That's fine. What about rune stones? What do you give me? So you can give me a hammer for smacking things, a boss, a map, boots to run faster, a better pickaxe, but those all require the better anvil. That's all well fine and dandy. Okay, so the question is, probably make it on the anvil. So the anvil upgrade requires demonic bars. We haven't seen those. I'm assuming we get that from killing our first boss. So let's start. So we have the head. The head gives me an extra summon. So I think we get the helmet first. Ah, that's a cosmetic slot. Sure. Okay. So then the next thing to check was... I did see that the helmet in itself was a material. So we can make that into a spider helmet. With the demonic anvil, I can give myself another bonus max summon. So we would go over the spider helmet, which gives us attacks do damage over time. Versus the royal egg. Oh, I see, you cost the spider helmet. Right, so we have the spider helmet. Interesting. Yeah, but after we get the demonic anvil, I can get an upgrade version of that. Cool. So with this, though, I can go 1, 2. So I got 2 little spiders running around. Grab all those. Chuck them in here. Drop you in there. Chuck you up here. Chuck you in there. Quick stack those away. It is interesting that they use the boss spawner as a material for a piece of equipment. Okay. Well, we can drop off the arrows as well. Okay. So with that, I've got 3 left. And we want the chest piece, so that's 7, 11. So we need... I shouldn't do it that way. That's a terrible way of figuring it out. Alright, so for what I need left, I need 10, 14. So I need 14 total of those. to finish up my armor. And then with that, we'll be in much better shape. Because if I finish up the set, I get a third spider. And we can just send them out more and more going after stuff. And then I'll feel like pretty good shape to take on our first proper boss. Okay, spiders, you see any? You smell anything? Anything need to die here? Where did they go? Okay. The little spiders are doing so much bullying, and I appreciate it so much. Go get them, little guys. Okay. Cool. So we're up to 5, so I need 9 more. So work our way over here. Okay. And just give myself a more direct route between the two of these. So it does make me curious what I can do to encourage these enemies to spawn more. I'm assuming there's stuff like battle potions off, but I don't know what the materials are. Alright, so you got some spawns in here. Okay. Also partly wondering if I open this up a little, if that'll help. Okay. All right. There's a little bit more progress. Okay, so I get a fishing person at the town. It might genuinely be worth my time to go get that fishing person, because I don't think the other one of my people could fish. let's go check that real quick. Oh, no, it's more of them. Oh, wait, never mind. There's a spider. Okay, let's go check on this angler. Because like I said, we can potentially get someone fishing at the town. And if I can get someone fishing at the town, there's a pretty good chance that that'd become another source of food or whatever. But I'm also curious like how much the town grows, like how much that'll help things. Okay. Okay, let's grab my money out of the box. Alright, so the next thing I need to do, we probably don't already have any. Is I'm going to want to be able to fish some. We'll have them fish some, not me do it. I know I've seen some bait. Just trying to remember what box it got away. There, it's that box. There's a wooden fishing pole and bait for you. In the meantime, I'm going to need to grab the wool, some wood, and the shears. Get that sorted real fast. Let's run over here and see if we can't shear some of these sheep. To hopefully get enough of the stuff to take care of all that. Okay, so we got the stuff there. Maybe fish food is mono-related? Yeah, no idea. We'll figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and move the next one down here. Okay, so let's go ahead and spruce bed. Then drop all those off. Oh, okay, so R puts down torches automatically. Or not automatically, but places them. Okay, so let's go to you. So you are going to fish as your priority. Now we're going to go settlers. We're going to choose your bed. There you go. Okay. Drop that off. Meanwhile, we can go down to here. Half fish. Alright, so now we got that. We're just missing the chest piece, so that's 6 more. Now give me one last summon. And we'll see if we can't take down a boss. Now the catch is, because the summons don't move super fast, highly agile bosses will be a problem because these summons have to stay on them. You run into the same with a lot of these games where you have summons that have to like make physical contact to do damage to enemies. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, here's a nice open room. Okay, so we weren't doing crap to him. Lesson learned. We still don't have to worry about that again now. Because I do still have the items to, you know, summon her manually. Multiple of them, too. But I've been trying to avoid hitting those nests there the whole time. There's the summoner has been right in the middle of it. And that time I just shot it on accident. But I'm pretty sure that spider's not meant to be the first one. Okay. And there's still one right here. So you run off. Oh, you got more stuff spawning in the darkness over there. Okay. That's good to know for the future that the spider seems to be a queen bee style boss from like Terraria, where it goes and it drops a bunch of little minions here and there, and it has like a thing where it charges you a couple times, you know, and then occasionally like just tries to spray some attacks at you. So kind of one of those like bosses that you're going to want a decent amount of damage to throw around just to try and keep the spawns down. That's probably a boss you just want to open up a large space for. So you have maneuverability to avoid the charges. Alright, come on, man. Can't get the materials unless you show up for me to kill you. Okay. Alright, let's try moving over towards this one. Okay, 3 more. That is going to be a lot of enemies. Okay, we can just go down here and start clearing up all this stuff. I'm just kind of opening these up more and more. And we did see that we could get runes, like runestone and cloth over here, which is cool because I can actually get even better summoning stuff with it. Unfortunately, I require the demonic altar to make that. And that's going to probably be after we kill our first boss. So like trying to farm that is going to do me no good right now. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so you can see one of the advantages summoners always have in these games is that the summons don't need line of sight to go after things. As you're working and stuff, the summons can just kind of give you support and all that. It's one of the reasons why it always ends up not necessarily being a meta, but always being kind of like the I'm focusing on things stuff, which often makes it a choice that a lot of content creators end up taking, and a lot of them just because, you know, we have to juggle with like reading chat and doing all that stuff, so it's kind of like playing with a constant distraction going the whole time. So that kind of gives you a little bit of a safety net that usually stuff like melee builds and that where you have to like really be on top of things kind of deny you. Alright. Alright. Yeah, so I just saw those spawn over there, so they could definitely spawn invisible range. What are you after? What do you know that I don't? Okay. What is that? Alright. Yeah, those spawned right next to me there as well. But it does seem like if it's in the darkness, even if it's like right next to you, it could still spawn there, which I think is okay for the nature of this game. As long as it's at least enough distance they don't instantly, like, just murder you on the spot. Where are you going? Ah, there's one down there that I didn't see. Come on. Go and grab this copper while we're here, because why not? Grab the iron from the other side. Okay, that's fine. Just kind of exploring the surrounding area while we're hoping to find more of these. Come on, man, I only need 3 more. We're like right there at the finish line. Okay, got another spawn to the bottom left, I can see. Okay, there is a big spider on the left side there. Okay, just 2 more. And what were you chasing over here before I turn around? Alright, so we got another spawn here. I don't know where the Royal... There, the Royal Egg's kind of in the middle of it, so let's stay back a little bit. Force them to come around this corner. One more. And then we got our full send. We don't need to do this anymore. And then the next time it hits nighttime, because you have to spawn at night, we pop the portal and see what the heck we're up against. Maybe die as we're trying to figure out mechanics and all that. Oh, you're... okay. I thought I just shot directly at the royal egg. That's all we needed. That should be the 10. Alright. So let's go ahead and run over here, get the last of our set. That lets me get one more summoned minion. There was a Venom Staff and all that. I don't think we'll worry about that. I think this Sparkler is doing pretty alright as is. I'll probably look at what the Sparkler needs to upgrade the next one. I'm sure it's more than I'm willing to part with. Now I wonder with you, if I acquire a ram and all that. So I've got you. And you're tame. I'm assuming someone else will take care of you and I just can leave you alone. Which is a very not safe assumption. We got chili pepper seeds. And chili peppers. So let's see. You'll be the material box. Alright. You're hoping to have a storage UI more organized now? Mess with your OCD? Yeah, I mean, the storage does have, like, where you've got the auto stack and sorting and all that. Yeah, no, I do kind of wish the UI was a little nicer on this. It's, you know, it's completely workable and all that, but it's definitely not my favorite UI I've seen. Like, it's functional. Okay, let's go to the anvil over here. Wood staff. Interesting. We got that. So we want the chess piece, correct? Yes. So let's get our chess piece. Here you all. Have a good time. Okay. So meanwhile, we can make just straight up iron and copper armor. You have a melee slash range. Oh, you can have a melee or a ranged helmet here, but just straight up the frost armor, whatever. We already have the frost pickaxe. We can get the frost axe. So let's double check here. So you have 50 tool damage. You have 110. So this is a straight up upgrade over other one. We also have the shovel here and all that. Let's go ahead and swap out the... Interesting. This one will still be better. But I guess you could take the axe here. Back in there and see if that helps with anything. We can make the sickle, which helps us harvest stuff easier. An egg nest can be placed for hatching eggs. A cooling box reduces the spoil rate of foods. Let's grab that. And get a cooking pot and a fire. I see. So it does actually require the frost crystals, wherever we got those, as its fuel source. Interesting. Let's find a way to farm those more efficiently. Okay, that's fine. So with that, we could drop you and you off, and you off right now. We can go ahead and put down another fire here. Okay, so with this, we can make fish tacos, popcorn, smoked fillet. So need wood for that. Do I have you not set to get wood? Because it really feels like I should have more wood laying around here. So work priorities. Forestry zones, I see. So I need to go here. Gotcha. So forestry zone. That can be the forestry zone for right now. Cool. Into a husbandry zone. That's fine. Have you deal with that. We can assign workstations on people as well. I'll worry about that later. Oh, I think we're just starting into the night. We should have a lot of portals. Let's just be reckless. Spawn my spiders. Grab you. Doing a horrendous job of dodging anything. Ow. There. First boss down. Alright, complete the quest, and they've given me a lunchbox, so next he wants me to kill the queen spider. Alright, so what the heck do we even get off of you? So a demonic heart can be consumed. The fire burns within, making it hard to hold for too long. Permanently increases your health by 50. Cool. A lunchbox. Stores food picked up. Used to eat food inside. Cool. Demonic cloak can be consumed to increase your max item sets by 2. Draconic bar. Force of wind crafting material. Trinket ability slot. can push herself forward, can be used from hand. Cool. Triggering slot increases range damage, decreases non-ranged damage. Okay, so we don't want that. Alright, meanwhile, let's go look what we can make with our... Well, first, before anything else, upgrade the anvil. Cool. With the anvil upgraded, I could potentially make other stuff. Alright, so let's go check with the demonic bars what we want to do next. So, we can make a cheese press. We can make a bone offering. There's a lot of things here. We can make the royal egg if we need to at this stage. We can do the demonic axe. Yes, the demonic pickaxe will let us mine the runestone area. I'm pretty sure we don't have enough of that left, unfortunately. Demonic helmet lets you give yourself bonuses. You have health and regen things. Demonic workstation. Demonic chest. Okay. So we can now make consumable maps. Alright, so... for the arachnid helmet, I need the royal egg, frost shards, and that. So we just need frost shards. Is that true for all the pieces? Need a couple of spider glands, not many. It looks like 3 spider glands, and then like only like half a dozen frost shards. Also, where on earth did I get that many javelins? Oh, here. So now I got a proper dodge. What did you see? Cool, that's probably all the frost shards I needed. They've already got the summoner, so now I just need, what is it, like 3 or so of the glands. And there's 2. Looks like it'd be a real fast upgrade at this rate. Okay. Alright, that might be all I need already. Let's go ahead and run on back. See if we can't get our upgraded kit. With their even more upgraded kit, I might just immediately try and take on the spider. You're getting a little hungry. Okay. It's also interesting that it mentions we're getting these maps, and I should be able to craft those now. Because that's probably where we're going to go and get our, like, be able to grab ourselves some bonuses. Because you have these, like, kind of dungeon map type things that you do. And that's something I haven't done much of in the game at any point. Because the first time I played a little bit, they weren't really a thing. Then they got added later. Okay, so we need to take you off. Cool. That basically gave me a 4th special spider. There's so much junk in here. Oh, they use the ice blossom here. I was thinking it was the frosting. It's like, man, that's gonna be a pain. No, it's actually no problem at all. Gonna drop all this off in here. They're picking those up for their own weapon supplies. The game already gets you a plus for allowing you to craft from local storage. Yeah, no, I wasn't sure if it had or that, and I just now noticed it a moment ago. I do really appreciate those kind of quality of life in these games. So you have to be like, okay, where the, which the heck box is everything in? And the fact that I can make all of them do my organizing for me. Where did they put all those bars? There we go. Please get those back out of there. Loot all. Start chucking this all in here. Okay, I haven't seen the shark scales yet. Duck breast spoils soon. And the reason I looted all out of that is they chucked everything in there, making a mess. So I fixed that to only accept the food. And then they'll get that all sorted out themselves. So shark scales. We can use that for shark chest armor, which gives us a little bit of health regen. So it looks like that's the iron upgrade. And we can use the shark scales with the fins to make them not have a movement speed penalty. That's all fine. Oh wait, and I still got copper on my bar. Okay, so with that, I can make the venom staff. I'm not too sold on that one. I can make the spider boomerang, and I'm not super sold on that one either. But I think for right now, just toss the that in there. Okay. Being able to set up a dump box for your minions to sort out is also nice. Yep. Okay. So let's go to see what happens if we just trigger this. Oh, it looks like we got a bunch more health from something in this. I'm not going to worry about this spot. quickly cover my whole arena with venom. I was running out of everything. I had almost no mana, no ranged. Yeah, the tridents are a lot of damage. But for a first attempt without, like, knowing what we're exactly getting ourselves into, I think that was good. We can grab another one of these. I should have a couple of tridents laying around here. So that as we get low on mana, we can do that again. Meanwhile, I also have some potions. Let's go ahead and we've got some potions. Restores health. Scooch that out of the way. Restores mana instantly, don't care. Life regen for 5 minutes. Fire resistance doesn't really matter. Fishing power I don't care about. Knockback I don't care about. Mana regen could be good. Increases movement speed could be a good one. Battle potion increases damage dealt. We can go ahead and grab that one. Attack speed's not very relevant. Accuracy's not very relevant. Alright, so let's go and make a real attempt on the boss this time. Because that was to tinker, kind of see what we're in for the boss. It does seem like, yeah, don't do the typical thing every RPG or collect potions or use them. Yeah, no, I'm being conscious about being like, yep, we're doing the thing. Just burn it. Alright, let's deal with this garbage. That's all gonna spawn on me at once. Yeah, so I'll use the, like, little flamethrower thing I have to clear out the spiders. Okay. You know, it's much easier when you burn consumables. Can you actually mine down here for me? It's an interesting idea of just having someone I can have go fetch me ores. I want to say you could. Go Gadget Ice Trident? Yeah, to be fair, I burned through about a third of my Ice Tridents that we've been collecting the entire time and farming for stuff, and I burned through a bunch of potions, many I have no idea how to make more of and all that. But we knocked out the boss immediately, and usually those bosses are what block you from doing more things. Alright, so the reward is an ammo pouch. Okay. Kill the Void Wizard. We did see the Void Descendants or whatever earlier. So my assumption is the Void Wizard is where those are. I'm not really looking for another villager right now because I've got all my immediate needs covered. Okay, so let's see here. Alright, so we have a spider heart. Can be consumed, and you thought the webs were sticky. Permanently increases health by 50. Thank you. And a bunch of spider glands. Okay. So later on we can get the mycelium bar, which is actually, it looks like a magic set, not a summoner set. We can get the venom staff, which puts damage on the ground, which has interesting implications for stuff that can't move much. I think though for right now I'm going to just save the spider glands. I don't really have a need for them. Envious spider claw. So it's 14 melee damage. But way faster. Just chuck all the ammo in there. Oh, did I lose all the gold I was carrying when I died? I probably did, didn't I? It's a pretty standard mechanic in these kind of games. Just put the shovel away, I don't care. In that case, start dropping our gold in the box when we leave. Alright. So with that, down here where it says dungeon entrance, that's where we saw the void whatever they were. We're gonna head down that way and start picking a fight and all that garbage. But as a reminder, this is a sponsored segment. The devs have been kind enough to sponsor us as well as Daredrop. There is a link at the top of chat. If you click on that, that will take you to the Steam page. You don't need to buy it to like support the channel, but just clicking that link basically lets the devs know you found the game through here. And that does support the channel really well by helping us, get more opportunities like this where, again, the devs see that, hey, we sponsor this person, and a lot of people saw our game. Okay, we just got a random apiary sitting there with a ton of apples on that tree. We also have pirates down here. Try to avoid the pirates for now and instead go after the dungeon. So last time we came over here, a bunch of void people showed up and they caused me grief. Okay. Thank you, it's appreciated. Oh, yeah. I remember this place. There's a clip on the channel from the last time when I played Necesse the one time before this on the channel. Getting into this place and having great difficulty seeing the pressure plates because it was too dark. Oh, did you answer that question? My apologies. Can you upgrade an already existing weapon, or is the upgrade just material related? Oh, some of the weapons, the weapon you're already using is a material for the next weapon. So it still makes a new weapon. You join the show summits? I'd love to join your summits, except But yeah, so it is the thing where it's like you don't really upgrade your weapon, but you use your weapon to make your next weapon. But that's not all things. Oh. I didn't notice I could actually loot these. Oh, that's a chair. Alright. So let's keep making our way through. While I'm collecting these all, what are you used for? Blood Bolt, Shadow Bolts. So I only need like 2 books ever. So we already literally just rescued 1 mage. And I hate to say it, Bobby, but there's only room for 1 mage in my community. Hey, I'm reading here. Okay, so what do we get? Dynamite, rapid potion, crafting, can be consumed, projectile velocity, shoddy void spear. Will only hit with the tip, 24 damage and a lot of knockback. That's fine. Okay. Okay, we're just exploring to see what's here. Okay, any more chests here? Regen potions. Blunt Mesmerizer tablet. +1. Yep. More spiders. Okay. The enemy summon responds so aggressively in here. Okay. Alright, so there's dead end, no chest in here that I'm seeing. Okay, so we've fully depleted our mana. Give ourselves a little cheeky heal. Okay, so with that, we've got that path all cleared up. Alright, nothing in the study there. Okay, there can't be too much more left of this place in this area. And the worst thing is we already found the other stair down, like, right away. So the problem I have now is I have actually run out of torches. Let's try and quickly check to see if there's anything else. Is not a safe move. Alright, let's go back get our torches. In fact, I'll do it that way. Okay, so we gotta get more torches, unfortunately, because I have run entirely out of torches. Can you pick up the torches I already used? Yeah, but I'll have to pick them all up and then try and replant them all again. And I think, honestly, in this case, I'd be better off just going back, getting new torches, because I do want the place lit up. I think the shoddy void spear isn't something I want to worry about using. Dungeon pressure plates and all that we don't care about. Okay, so let's see what you are. Do dungeons respawn themselves? I have no idea. So we can get the Zephyr boots if we get the Zephyr charm. I don't know where we get the Zephyr charm, but that is the thing we can do to get our boots to be better. Let's check on the void shards. Okay, so there's a lot we can do. Let's see, gain up to 40% damage based on missing health. Some of these seem like some pretty advanced stuff. Bone offering is to summon another boss. Another boss. Another boss. Another boss. Increases max item sets to 3. Banner to summon speed. Hold in your hand to buff yourself and teammates. Interesting. Mana regen, armor. Yeah, so that lets me hurt myself for stuff. Okay, Void Mask. Alright. So +1 to max summon, +1 max summon gives summon speed. How does that compare? So you're 1 armor, 7 armor, 4 armor. 2 armor, 6 armor, 7 armor. Yeah, so this one... That one's a bit mixed, because... I mean... We don't get as big of a damage bonus on our summons. Okay, so Void Spear, Boomerang, Bow. We get a magic spell that fires homing shots. That's thrown weapons. A Boulder Staff that's locked behind some other stuff. Quartz Staff. Void Alchemy Table. Okay. So we can get a thing that lets me make better potions. Yeah, so it needs some glass bottles and all that. Alright, bear with me for a moment, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, and we are back. Alright. So, checking all these things. So we did get this trident. I'm not going to use that, so we'll chuck that in one of these boxes. Okay, so we got the void shards. Yeah, now it's for upgrading the alchemy table. I can make a void cube if we get tungsten and all that. Yeah, so glass bottles. I haven't seen the ability to grab sand as of yet. Oh, right. I need to make another bed for our friendo there. Okay, so I need to grab the shears, get some sheep, and all that stuff. Okay, so we just need to quickly grab some wool. I'm gonna say just grab some wool. I think realistically I gotta grab some wool and do a bit of deforestation here. So I set an area over here for them to plant trees. They haven't been doing too good on that, but that's okay. Okay, because I need wood. I also need saplings for making torches. I'm also going to want to build a house over here for our mage friend that we just rescued. And then we'll see if she sells things or what she does for us. Okay. Okay. So we'll start by making the bed. Alright, and we can go over here then. One of these boxes has some spare walls. Somewhere. That's an arrow trap. There they are. Go down here. Yeah, so I think the idea is you use her map pieces to find dungeon entrances and all that. The Dreamcatcher gives you mana regen. Certainly worth considering. We can catch bugs with the net. I will make that. Okay, and we'll want some flooring. Alright. Yeah, I think instead of dungeons respawning, I think the idea is you go to the dungeon, you get a dungeon map, and a dungeon map effectively gives you a new dungeon. I believe that's how it's going to end up working. Okay. So here's a question now with our experimentation. If I go and I separate this out, oh right, I need to actually make the torches too. Fair enough. There's our torches. So now if I take this, I go summit flag, settlers, cool. Let's also check real fast, make sure there's nothing special here. Yeah, so Gloria doesn't have some special things she does. Alright, join me on my ventures. You'd like to buy something, sell something. So you'll buy ectoplasmin wings. I'd like to buy something. Magic manual gives mana regen. Homestone. Waystone. Okay. Recall scroll, cosmetic stuff. So what do we have down here? So max resilience. I really like that. Max resilience. That's max health. More stamina. So I could probably get rid of... Oh, 1 second. Hold up. So you get combined with the inducing amulet to cause hysteria. You get bind with a lifeline. You get combined with nothing, you're just your own thing. But this one makes the Zephyr boots at the workstation. So let's go grab the Zephyr boots. Cool. And then you get wind, force of wind. Right, which we have equipped, and 4 rune stones. I might have those 4 rune stones. I got a rune stone there. Also, what do I need to upgrade that? Yeah, so we get 4 rune stones. That gets me the wind boots. Okay, so I think that's going to be a priority there as well. Because if we use that, get some goodies out of it. And all of you, none of you are materials. We don't have the mount thing. I don't have to care about the cosmetic. We've already got our wood walls placed right now. We'll chuck those in the barrel, I guess. Those can go in there. Okay, we got all that. Cool. We can drop you and that in there. Probably should have you on my bar. We can go ahead and toss you away, grab you. Okay, so we got our torches and all that for the dungeon. Let's go down the dungeon, keep that all going. Okay. Oh, we'll need to spawn the extra one there. But yeah, so it seems like what we'll be able to do is potentially get a lot of other stuff going here. Okay, so everything's still the way we left it. Ow. Oh, it's a display case, right. Gonna avoid boomerang. Okay, it does seem like the wizard we rescued could enchant our stuff. That might be worth considering doing, is enchanting, like, for example, our summoning weapon, since I suspect we'll be using that for a little while. Okay, I think we've fully explored this floor. take that back. Forgot I skipped this hallway. Okay. I was trying to just run around so I wouldn't get all bogged down. No. Music, bombs, potions. Docile lightning hammer. I have to check it out later, but it's a melee weapon from the looks of it. A lightning hammer with a very fast attack speed shoots out short lightning bolts. Okay, so it's only a little bit more range. 19 damage. Probably is the better choice. We'll see. Gives great mobility out of combat. Okay. That doesn't help me in combat, though, which is the bigger concern. Alright, I'm not as convinced about that lightning thing. Because its attack's arc, it's kind of hard to do much with. Yeah, those traps are freaking dangerous. I almost died because I stepped across the trap. Was like wondering why I was taking so much damage, and then stepped back across it. Speed potion, envious void spear. Okay. Nothing we care about in that one. And then, assuming there's not an no outcropping in this room. Okay. Fertilizer, and we got some saplings and all that. Oh, I was trying to use her bed on accident. Void alchemy table. Don't mind if I do. Because why upgrade your table when you could steal someone else's? Okay, so let's get to the second floor now. Because now I feel comfortable that we fully ransacked this place. Dark meat. Okay. The other staircase, I believe, is right up here. Apparently another hallway I had missed. Okay, let's switch our weapon back here. I mean, actually, for right now, we use the void or the ice spears as our one-slot weapon. We won't worry about using actual, real melee. Yeah, and this is the path down to the next floor. Alright, let's give that just a minute. Potions, what do I got on me? Do we just go for this? Because I'm feeling like we're just going for it. Oh, we got a battle potion. We've got a mana regen potion. An accuracy potion. Speed potion. Okay, well that wasn't nearly as hard as I was expecting. Now granted, I, again, am burning up a lot of consumables. And I'm not allowed to place anything down here, and I don't see any chests or anything, so I think it's just that the boss dropped. That's fine. Okay, so let's see. We have an empty pendant, which can consume to give me an extra trinket slot, so awesome. That's something I want right away. What else did you give me? You dropped like 5 items. Shoots a controllable missile. I don't really care about that. Was that the only big thing? Was just that? Oh, and a ridiculous number of scrolls. Alright. Okay. Yeah, and I just noticed, I was like, oh hey, I just have a ton of these scrolls. Okay, so we've got void boomerangs. Drop those off. The void missile that's controllable, probably not ever going to use that. The docile hammer. Let's go see some of these crafting materials. So there's the docile hammer. That can make the galvanic hammer. sends out crashing wave of lightning. So that's tungsten. You're not a material. There's your shark meat. Okay, kill the Void Wizard. Thank you for the Void Pouch. Kill the Rune-bound Chieftain. So we've got the Rune Pouch. A small personal pouch. Okay, so we're getting all those placed. Drop out the fertilizer. Blanking on what I want to do equipment-wise. The Envious Void Spear, I don't think we want to use that. What about you? What is your material stuff? So we combine that with the fins. Gives land and sea mobility out of combat. I believe the fin's the upgraded version. Yeah, no, actually that's just the way it is there. Interesting. Probably won't worry about that right now. We can go to the alchemy table, yoink you. There's the void alchemy table. So I guess we'll chuck the regular alchemy table in there. Alright, so we got all that. We can drop off potions. And I've already forgotten what I need you for. Okay. Yeah, Frenzy Orb, tech stuff. Yeah, so this the Void Shards look like they're used for a ridiculous amount of things. Yeah, the Void Mask I'm torn on. We'll see. Blood Volley. The Thief stuff. Those are all decorative. That's decorative. Okay, so for the moment we'll just chuck these in here because I don't see anything I want too much with that. Okay. I'll keep you on me just in... well... right now I'll just box it. Okay, let's see here. What do I want to work on this? Get these out of here. We got our small bag here. Use enchant a melee weapon. Alright, so I see. So let's So configure settings. You are no longer public storage. There we go. Okay, so that's a melee weapon that we can give you extra damage and attack speed for no knockback. Melee damage for damage and crit. Enchant summoning weapon with damage and summoning creature speed. Melee with damage and crit. Melee with damage, no knockback and speed. Alright, so let's see about these two and see what we can do. Where is my friendo? I'm carrying these items. Continue. Let's see. Looking to enchant an item. Okay. Oh, so she's to gamble. That's to just do it. Okay, so we got summoning more damage our summoning item. Okay. So we got more damage on our melee. And cool. So at least enchanted our junk. The gunsmith disappeared, so I don't know what that's about. Alright, so the next thing we need is I'm going to need to make some crafting materials. Cost 1 gold bar. Oh, gotcha. So I can make demonic bars out of other bars. Okay. Well, I could do that. But honestly, I got a summoning item right here. Okay. So apparently the melee weapon I'm using does a whole lot of damage. Alright, so we can go over here. Just drop those in there. I don't care about this or the worm bait. But that did give me a bunch more of these bars, so now I don't have to think about the bars for a moment. Okay, so that's knockback we don't care about. Right, the demonic pickaxe. Yeah, so make the demonic pickaxe, that'll work there. We are made of demonic stations and all that, which is fine. Alright, so let's go here. Demonic pickaxe time. Why do I not see it? There it is. Chuck that into a box. And I could make a void boomerang, but I'm not gonna. I also make the poison arrows and all that, but that feels like that'd be annoying to deal with as well. Alright, that's fine. We got the important bit, so let's go ahead and chuck the rest of you into a box. So now what we want to do is pop into the cave down below. How are we doing on our farmed stuff, right? Yeah, so we're keeping that in great shape. What I ought to do real fast before we go anywhere, let's quickly cut down a bunch of trees for a bunch of wood and increase the farmable area nearby. Okay. I'm also curious, like, what determines your settlement boundaries kind of deal. Like, how far can I build from my settlement before it no longer accepts it? Okay. And what are you? Void Caller. Calls the Void Wizard. Must be used in the dungeon arena. That's fine. We can make the Traveler Cloak. I'll do it because why not? Alright. Cool. Open up more of them. Okay, and you say you're a trinket, what do you need to make more? So for the Explorer, I need the Pirate Telescope. That gives the land, sea mobility out of combat, extends map discovery range. Okay. So that implies... Well, actually, let's make sure it doesn't require... I didn't check what bench it requires. Tungsten. Okay, so we don't worry about that right now. Is there a better option, trinkets-wise, for while we're in combat, though? So I don't have any trinkets here. It's not looking like it right now. Okay. So I guess the next move is actually not above ground, it's underground. We're gonna go ahead and go underground real fast. Because now we can mine the stuff with the runestone. So we'll end up wanting to get more runestone for making our equipment. And then on top of that, starting to like look around for whatever goodies we need to do for fighting the boss down here. Okay. All right. Nice and all for them to just drop me steak. Okay. Ow, you all hurt so much. Okay. Joyce, buddy, I need you to step out of there. So I can't help you. Okay. So we got a bunch of the rune stones for ourselves. And I've got this. I'm observing there's not actually a way you're supposed to get in here. Find and dig up a gravestone. Increase the summon damage and speed greatly for each unused summon. Okay. So instead of having a bunch of individual strong ones, it could lean fully into just one summon and have it carry. All right. Okay, there's something different about that room. What is your deal? It's just this weird long hallway. I'm kind of treating like this might be some kind of like road or something. At a minimum, that gives me a good place to run along looking for things. Okay. It is a road. Let's go around here dropping torches along all the edges so that we can hopefully prevent too many spawns from popping in. And I think we do a quick drop off back in town. I'm guessing you have like 2 or 3 roads that lead into this place, maybe more. So that way it's not super hard to find. Since my assumption is it'll only be one of these or whatever. Okay. So I think what we do here is I got enough of these. Pop a teleport back home. Okay, we got tons. You're a pawn broker. Hey buddy, give me just a second. I'll be right with you. Just give me all of these. Alright, so let's grab all those cosmetic items that are piling up in my storage. I think that's all of them. Cool. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna chase you. I'll catch you next time around. Okay. So what we want to do from here is I've got some random piece of fence and wall and all that. And chuck all those away. Got music. Thorns potion, which is straightforward. Okay, so let's see. So we got the scraps here. So we can get 1 max summon, crit chance with my summon creatures. A little bit of attack speed and mana from the set bonus. Yeah, it's another one of those ones that it gives you the summon stuff. The armor's definitely higher, which is something worth factoring. But it would lose a summoned minion with the set bonus, which is a little bit of a bummer. Yes, that would be for the summoning set there. Because if you look at making a dump box and making the NPC sort your stuff, yeah, no, absolutely. That requires the tungsten stuff. That's the chieftain map. Right, so I can make these now, the wind boots. We can make the runic pickaxe, which we should absolutely do. There's the runic pickaxe. Instantly obsoleting the previous pickaxe we just made. Yeah, so you let me have 1. Increases summon damage and speed greatly for each unused summon. Okay. So let's science this. We have despawned our minions. Okay, so I need a control. Let's find a single zombie and let our 1 little spider friendo do some damage. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? Italics playing some Avensort? Yeah, that was the absolute fascinating, complex, and cursed game. I was lurking you playing that the other day, and it is definitely looking like a whole experience. But we've been having fun with that. For those who don't know, Italic's an absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. really good time over there. Why is everything stopping spawning entirely? It's very cursed, but also very addicting. Crazy hidden gem of a game. Yeah, no, that was what it sounded like. I definitely need to check it out. But again, check out Otalix, absolutely fantastic. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here, so if you like this stuff here, you'll probably like it there. Why is it the moment I want to do a test to compare damage on something, all enemies have decided existence is something they're not interested in? Because I just got a thing that, you know, fewer... Okay, so you're doing around like 43 to 50 damage. With the thing there, so let's take off the locket. And you're doing about 13 to 16. So then the question is, does having 5 spatters running around doing 15 damage each per tick make more sense? Or throwing, you know, 1 spider that moves faster and does that? For survival game enjoyer, it's a very unique experience. Gotcha. But yeah, no, absolutely, definitely something I want to check out. But welcome in, everybody. So today we're playing some Necesse. This is a sponsored segment and all that kind of stuff, so if you click on that link at the top, it does support the channel. You don't have to, like, buy the game, whatever. It just lets the devs know that you found the game through the channel and all that, for my selfish plug and all that kind of things. But, I'm relatively new to the game. I have played before, but not very far. And what we're working on now is we're getting ready to take on our boss. I got a, I wonder if I put this necklace on with all my... Because it'll... Yeah, I'm assuming that'll massively penalize. So do they still do 15 to 16 damage? I think I actually might be doing less damage with this equipped. And all that. Okay. Yeah, because basically where I'm at is we're getting ready to take on our next boss, the Runic Chieftain and all that. And I'm just trying to kind of figure out my gear before we go, because I've got another summoning set I can do that's a much higher amount of material than my spider summoning set, but it gives me less minions to begin with, and so I'm pretty torn on it. It also, I believe, has less summoning damages too. Let's go compare one more time before we commit. Oh, that's the gunsmith, that's fine. You wouldn't happen to sell anything I want, would you? But anyways, I am Rual, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known from exploits in Project Zomblade, where I have a world, or I had a world record for the highest kill count runner stream. I do not have that record anymore. But I do play a whole range of games: simulation, settlement builder, city builders, a whole bunch of stuff similar to what Otalix plays over there. So if you like what you see over there, you most likely will like what you see over here as well. Today we are playing some Necesse, which the way I've described Necesse in the past was Terraria but looking down. It's gotten weird over the years, because it's kind of like Terraria but looking down, but also kind of Path of Exile with your like maps and incursions, but also kind of like other games on top of it. So it's kind of doing one of those things where it's crossing genres a lot these days. Not in a bad way, but it makes it harder to describe a little bit, because it's like, well, it does this, and then it does this, and then kind of deal. So what I want to do is check on you. So do I make this? So it gives my minions 10% crit chance. It gives me mana regen and attack speed. And I get 20% movement speed and 19 armor, versus I currently have 12 armor. The minions have a slightly higher attack speed and slightly higher damage. This I feel like is one of those things that it's not actually an upgrade if you're summoning. Because like the armor is considerably higher, which again is worth considering. It's like 6 or 7 more armor. But unfortunately, with the reduced movement speed, attack damage, and all that on my minions, plus an extra minion I lose, all of that to gain 10% crit, and like 6 or 7 armor, I see what you did there. 6 or 7 armor. It definitely feels like getting that tiny little bit of defensibility is not worth just how much of a cost it's going to be on my capability of keeping time on target and all that. Alright, so let's check. So we got our health potions. I don't care about projectile velocity right now, I don't think. We can grab our speed potions. We'll grab a Thorns potion. I don't know if fire resistance will be at all relevant here. We could do more damage. I don't think we can. Well, attack speed might be relevant. Crit chance we'll grab. I don't need the fishing potion. There's health regen. I don't think knockback will be relevant, but I'll grab it anyways. If it's in my inventory, why not suck it down? Mana regen and armor. Okay, so with that said, it would be nice to get a better trinket than that, but I don't actually have any other trinkets. Because that trinket's good for moving to and from boss fights, but it literally, the moment you're in combat, it doesn't do anything. So what can I do with spoiled food? I can make fertilizer. I can actually apparently mix it with other foods to make stuff. Okay. What can I come up with for trinket in a pinch? I believe we grab my money back. We find our wizard. I think she had a thing of mana regen I could buy off of her. Oh wait, these are new. Void staff, 38 damage, mana cost 2. I should also check the apprentice sprinkler. Okay, if I can get sapphires, it's still low damage, but it's cold instead. Where did you go? Okay. So that definitely seems like it's probably my better call. The probably better range. That's not what I was actually here for. I don't care about the void missile thing. That's the one. Okay. So let's get your magic manual. Let's see how you compare to my other one. Alright, I can live with that. Meanwhile, check to see what you need to upgrade. Prophecy slab, which I have no idea where we get. So we'll swap you out. And you need the pirate telescope. And you would need... Oh, we can make that right now. I forgot. So grab you, grab you. Where's my rune stones? There we go. And then you would need ectoplasm, which we haven't seen yet. Which that frees up a inventory slot. Or a trinket slot, which puts us back into square one, where it's like, oh yeah, it'd be nice to, Yes, that penalizes all my other damage, so we don't want that. You can have that. There isn't a trinket I can make with you, right? Not that we haven't already made. It's like I defeated that point. I did that. And what do you have for me? A hard hat and iron tools. I've already got the wizard stuff. Used to summon a pet parrot. Infinite uses. Used to summon a pet penguin. That's just bait. Alright, well, I guess we'll just do without having another combat one. Alright, that's fine. Let's go tangle with the boss. I've got tons and tons of materials. We should be good to fight. Okay. I'll make sure I've got all my spiders summoned. Oh, hey, give me all these. We've learned these tridents do really solid damage for everything we're doing. Okay. But smart, I wouldn't have brought that with me. Okay, so we can do that. Missing activation item. Well, what's the activation item? Try and be quick. We might make this happen. Let's grab the runestone because there's something listed under here. Bone offering. A demonic bar, void shard. Void shards. Demonic bars. Hopefully that's enough. Let's hopefully get back there before all our potions wear out. Because I don't want to go and re-up all the potions. Yeah, I'll probably get there with 3 minutes worth of boss fight time, which is probably more enough to decide win or lose on this thing. And if not, I'll feel real dumb about it. Okay. Come on, get in the ring and fight your own battle already. Okay, well that was easy. Cool. With that, let's get back home. Another boss down. So let's see, we got the Runic Heart, a glowing stone rocks with a heartbeat. We'll just go ahead and eat that. Apprentice Rune-bound Scepter. Fires a trail of earth. Let's see, you see me flying through this. Did they really turn the difficulty down or something? I'm on the default difficulty. Because it's definitely one of those things that when you play a game the first time, you usually just don't jump into the maximum difficulty because you just don't know. Some games, the maximum difficulty isn't even really meant to be beaten. Some of them, it's too easy. But, this is the standard difficulty. Keep in mind, I am burning my consumables every single battle. Like, we went in there, like, we still have, like, 10 potions going on. Alright. So, complete the quest. Now, to be clear, I often do play games at maximum difficulty, but usually when I'm playing a game for the very first time, I'll usually at least start not on the maximum difficulty. I think a game like this... Do I want to use this instead? Feels like this is better than the Void Staff. So a game like this, what I'd probably do is, with what we've got going on here, if my community is like super enjoying this, I would probably start the next stream where we start a brand new run where that's interesting. I'd probably start a brand new run in this that we would go up in difficulty. Because yeah, no, I am breaking through this real fast. It's just hard to tell when you haven't played a game where it lands. Traders in your settlement will automatically go on trade missions to sell items to places. Traders will start the mission when the chest contains at least this amount of items, 20. Interesting. So I can have my people in my community make stuff to bring back here. Yeah, like to give you an example with Product Zomboid, the first couple of times we were playing, you know, I started in just apocalypse mode, but it was probably only a couple streams in that I ramped up the difficulty to 16 times pop and just went for broke on that. So now we're looking for the swamp biome. Keep in mind, I've also played tons and tons and tons of these kind of games. Between like Necesse and Core Keeper and all those. This is hardly my first time. So yeah, what I should say is maybe my first time playing this, but I've absolutely played a ton of games in this genre. And there's a lot of times in these kind of games, skill sets do translate. It also feels like this spider claw thing. Ow. Well, I got an achievement for hitting myself with that TNT. And people also generally well, I mean, actually I shouldn't say people don't underestimate summoning skills. Almost all these games, summoning ends up being extremely powerful. Because kind of one of those things, the utility side of summoning, where they kind of automatically home in and attack stuff while you're working on other things, is incredibly powerful. It means you can focus on dodging and staying alive, and the whole time the enemy is just getting ticked down. There are a few that they deliberately try to make summoning not overpowered, but usually in practice it means they've either made summoning utterly useless or extremely powerful. It's very hard to land those in between, and that's been true of a lot of games. Action RPGs have the same problem, so far as like Path of Exile, Diablo, all them, that summoning goes from broken strong to broken non-playable pretty quickly. And there's been games that have tried to find a balance, a number of them, and some have done okay. I wouldn't say any have ever kind of hit a sweet spot. Okay. The essence of prolonging. Increases life essence duration. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's back to just a normal biome. I was kind of expecting we would get past that biome and just immediately walk into the next biome we need to fight through. Let's find where my path I've been digging straight sideways is. I've been doing that on purpose so that when it comes to navigating the map, when I want to go east, I can just get on the highway and keep on running. One would assume eventually you'd want to go through here and set up like a minecart track or whatever fast travel options you've got. So for this just regular biome, we're just going to cross through it as fast as we can. Okay. So am I reaching the swamp biome, I'm guessing? Yep, that's swamp stone. Another thing this game does that I really appreciate is if you look in your journal, you can look and be like, here's the Void Wizard, here's the things it can drop. Here's this enemy, here's that enemy. They'll show you the drop pools. So like I can look here, and the Void Wizard had a pet I didn't drop, a scroll that didn't drop, and a vinyl that we didn't have drop. There's a summon weapon in the dungeon biome. There's a couple of vinyls you can find. So we got all this. The planes. So we had the Rune Chieftain, had a great sword and a bow. There is a summon weapon also that spawns in that biome. It's like the swamp biome. We can go in here. And there's Mysterious Relic. But then there's the boss. So it doesn't drop any weapons we care about as a summoner. But there is a summon weapon that we can find in treasures here. Swamp Spores. So, oh, I think it's this thing. There's no one over there. Are you a spider in this? I'm using spider stuff in this. Oh, yeah, I'm using spider armor right now. Okay. Hey. So we got an item for summoning a boss in here. Covers you with scent that attracts enemies. Infinite uses. Let's get our void bag open, because I wasn't paying attention to a lot of this. And I have overfilled my entire inventory. Okay, interestingly enough, that's already passed us back out of the swamp biome. Base is under attack. Oh, did I miss that? Okay, I want to check real fast. Those big spiders. Okay. Seeing if anything here drops anything I care about. Yeah, so you just have a consumable. You have armor, whatever you are. Consumable, material, the boss. Yeah, so it's literally just random loot is the only thing that's got something we care about here. Oh, okay, you weren't joking. There is angry chicken people coming to attack my town. I'm not taking damage? Are they just throwing eggs at me? Snow launcher uses snow. Oh, okay. Alright, that was strange. Hey, Nightjar, how's it going? I don't care about that. Accidentally ate an egg raw. Go team. That was certainly a weird situation. Okay, we can drop all you off. Okay, so we got a summoning item down there. We've got another CD. Now we can go to the pawnbroker. So sell 2 of those. We'll sell the cosmetic stuff there. Thank you. Now we can drop off our money again. Okay. Drop off these random pieces here. There's some eggplant seeds for them to have fun with. Alright, so they've got some corn. We can drop that off. Okay. Dropping some of this off in the fridge so we can keep it longer. So that's the thing. Covers you in a scent that attracts enemies. That feels like a good one for when we're trying to farm this and that. So I'll probably do is grab our void bag, chuck you in here. Actually, chuck you in there for if I need. Drop off the pressure plate. We can grab you, chuck the summoning item in there if I need. Toss that away. That's fine. Okay, so let's see about this. So the swamp grass seeds let me make stuff like fertilizer and all that. Nothing I care about too much, so I'll just chuck those away. The swamp grass sludge. Lets me get... Okay, so this one actually gives me summoning speed and another summon. And occasionally during combat we'll summon a slime. So we can get IV bars and all that. We can get a staff that's probably a good replacement for what I've got. And those are decorative pieces I don't care about, so we won't worry about that. Drop you off. Meanwhile, what do you combine with? Let's see, adds a 50% chance to get an extra life essence, increases life essence by duration. Okay, so I still don't know what life essence means in this context. For right now, I'll toss it here, because that might be one I want to hold on to. So it sounds to me like I want the swamp sludge. And in addition to the swamp sludge, we're going to want to get whatever we need for the IV bars. And then do our first upgrade there. But yeah, no, definitely feels like Summoner's just as strong as this one as like Terraria, where it could be just absolutely broken. I'm also finding this melee weapon, while it has like no knockback and very little like straight up damage and all that, we did find it absolutely deletes bosses. I also got a boost to its damage and attack speed put on it. So I'm doing 17 damage, and it's like genuinely hitting, 4 or 5 times. And we found one of the bosses I could multi-hit its targets. And once I did that, like, it was just straight up deleting everything. If I can multi-hit it, because then I'm multi-hitting it for, like, just absolutely absurd speeds. Oh, that might be what we're looking for the IV bars. Okay, IV ore. So that's what we're looking out for here. Okay. We've got lots of cave spiders over there. Let's head over to that ore. It's probably copper, but with that lava there, it might be making the color look weird. I mean, it's copper, but there's also iron right next to it, so we'll just grab them both. I believe if we can make a mining person join, I think you can send mining people to mine out areas for you. It's usually like a tier below whatever your current tier of equipment is. You can have them mine it. But there might have been a cost you have to pay. Ow. So there's TNT right there. So I'm not sure if that TNT was supposed to be wired to this chest or what. Okay, we got some more of the stone. It's definitely feeling like the stone's gonna be the harder part. Visit all the different biomes. Oh, okay, I understand. I'm sorry. Okay. How was Miss? It was fun. Sorta tower defense-ish. Oh, that's me dead. Yep. But yeah, no, it was fun. It was kind of not so it's similar to tower defense kind of thing. You didn't have like your actual towers you built that did like single target area effect or whatever. Instead, you built traps. It'd be stuff like this trap would go off when something hits it the first time. This trap requires something else to trigger it. That trap, you know, like would have like different effects and all. But one of the cool things you could do is, because it is a labyrinth, ultimately, you would sit there... I need to have my summons out. You would sit there and have it where, like, you could have these doors you could open and close and all that. You know, whether it's by an enemy walking over or you did it manually or whatever. So it kind of had a whole different dynamic where you'd build these traps and then you'd deliberately have them go to the heart of your lair. Because it wasn't like tower defense usually is, where, you know, you've got your point you need to defend, and if they get there, you lose. Instead, it was, once they reached the thing in the middle, they knew where you were, because their objective was to kill you. And so what they would do is they would know where you are, and they would go directly after you, as opposed to going towards that. So it was kind of a clever thing that between the between that and the being able to open and close doors and all that stuff, you kind of double dipped with a lot of your traps, where you would get them to pass through your traps and then slam a door behind them, so they had to go back through all your traps to get back to you. Okay. So that's fine there. Yeah, the other one, when I dashed, I got myself in trouble. Oh, I had like a frame lag there for a second. Okay. Okay. A floating sword with a mind of its own. Takes 2 summoning slots. Adds a 50% chance to get extra life essence. Summons target range. Summon speed. Okay. How about that one? TNT with a switch right next to it. Just in case you wanted to die bad enough. Okay. Oh, my inventory's full. It's like, why am I leaving stuff on the ground? We don't have potatoes already. Let's grab the gold. So these are doing more damage than the spider's direct damage. But I feel like they're not consistently hitting as much. But they are going through walls. So it definitely feels like a side grade, not necessarily an up or a downgrade. But I think the going through walls makes it worth the time. Would you stop trapping me endlessly? It's rude. Okay, so let's see. I don't have... how much do you need? 42. So we have the money in the other bag. If I find just a little bit more copper, we can get this guy to join. Like, give me a mining person. Thank you. Okay. Botched that run. As I'm sitting here with, like, literally a full inventory with nowhere to put anything. You gotta wait a minute because this hurts a lot. It's so hard to see because of the different shades. It's hard to gauge the distance. It's perfectly gridded, so it's just like entirely with my eyes. But it's just messing with my eyes where it's like, okay, how many are you over? How many am I up? Because it's genuinely, if you don't see how I'm doing this, when I step on the buttons, both sides are a grid. I have to match, like, this up here to here is safe, and then it's to there is safe. And you gotta follow it around. Okay. Can you put your cursor on the start to follow as you walk? Oh, I see what you're saying. Helps if I start in the right spot. That's an important aspect of this entire thing. But I see what you're saying, using the cursor to, like, map out my position. That feels a little cheaty. That definitely works because the cursor follows your path. That's a really clever one. I didn't think of that. But yeah, no, it absolutely works. okay. Increases our resilience. Potion stuff here. Daft Swamp Tome. Shoots a slow-moving and bouncing projectile. Okay. So I'm slightly short in inventory. You can have the stone. With that, I think we need to teleport home, because there's not a way I make the inventory work. Yeah, no, it's a cool... It's, like, very genuinely, it's a really cool way of approaching that. Okay, so I got a summoning one. Oh, I see. Enchanted equipment. Yeah, so they're color-coded. For like what type of thing it covers. Oh, and there's your potato seeds and all that, so you can do potato stuff. There's the swamp wall, the TNT. Pack speed potion. Sort that. Let's grab all the music out of this box now. This will be the music box for the time being. Let's go over here, set you, clear, a consumable boss items. That means you are now a higher priority. Let's see here. Boss item, boss item. Boss item. Okay, so let's go here. We have the Ivy Ore. We can make Swamp Rock, which I don't care about. Or we can make Ivy Bars. We need the Ivy Bars, so let's get that done. Okay, meanwhile, we've got the Sturdy Vambrace, where if we combine that with a chain shirt, we gain a bunch of resilience and all that, which is kind of cool. So you give increased resilience gained by 50% and +4 armor. So we'll get that for now. Yeah, so you're 16 damage and you're 38 damage. And you're already got the good enchant. So for right now, I'm going to put the spider staff away for the time being. We have the Daft Swamp Tome, which can be combined with a bunch of other spells to make a ridiculous one. So you shoot a slow-moving projectile that bounces. Okay. And you're 46 damage for 2 mana. And you're 48 damage for 2 mana. So I think in this case, we're going to toss the Damp Tome in there for right now. Oh, you stay up there. Cool. I need to go through and set all these boxes. For the time being, put you aside. That's a lunchbox. Put you aside for a moment. Okay, so we need life quartz, which we don't know how to get. But that's another thing that we'll go ahead and just Chuck you in here for right now. Okay. Drop off this. And I definitely see the idea behind, like, taking the time, making a dump chest. Or dump chests. And then just having them put stuff in here for you. Certainly saved me some time and effort doing that once. Alright, let's go ahead and go to our crafting stuff. Thorns. Experimental root table decoration. Thorns potion and accuracy potion, that's fine. In that case, we can go ahead and just chuck the thorns in a box. They'll fix it on their own. So that didn't give me as many bars as I was hoping for. Okay, so the ivy bars. The hexed blade looks like it's going to require a bunch of stuff we don't have. Spiked fossils for the boss. We don't know where quartz is quite yet. We get the ivy pickaxe, which lets us get into the quartz desert caves. So that's like the next progression thing. Right, and then it was the ivy helmet and all that. So it'd be 12. Yeah, so it's 12 for the summoning helmet. Where'd you go? Yeah, so 12, so 28. 36 ivy bars. So 46 ivy bars is the total I'm going to need. That's quite a bit, actually. It's a lot bit, actually. Okay. Let's run back over here. So I'm wondering what biome we consider that one to be part of. Let's check again on our adventure book. So we can go down to the swamp biome. If we check on the treasures in the swamp biome, we still not gotten the summoning weapon there. Which is fine. Yeah, so it seems like with the swords, you're missing a little bit of time on target. 1 second, we're making a mistake. I don't have food. And food is required in this game. You can turn it off if you don't want survival mechanics. One thing I should probably test is if that slow-moving bouncing spell, I should test to see if its projectile is deleted when you hit your target. I've also disoriented myself. Yeah, so we can grab that, so we can experiment with that and grab some food so we don't starve. Okay. I do like that you can also make the NPCs do like the manual labor of just like chopping wood and all that. Where do we put these, by the way? So we had that spell, we're not getting rid of that one. We have the summoning staff. Grab you out of there, you shouldn't be there. Grab these out of there. That. There's the slow moving spell. The rest is all fine. Okay, so it's sturdy on a piece of equipment. Right. there. So instead of a -4, it's a +4. That'll help quite a bit. Okay. So I've got you. Do I have anything I can do with you? That's melee and all that. Let's not forget that we're here for food in the first place. Let's also check. I need wood. You can make popcorn, a fried egg, or a hard-boiled egg. Okay. I believe if we go to the mage, I can pay to have that enchanted. So I can try seeing if we put some money into making the spell not crap, what kind of difference it makes. Looking for enchant. That'll do. Projectile velocity, crit, and damage sounds like perfect. Okay. I'm trying to remember. So the rune blade we weren't doing. Right, there was the swamp armor was good. So we want to work our way over here. One thing I probably should do, that is the kind of thing I would have done Terraria when I was brand new to it, is he probably should go and just drop a railroad track so I could just hit the button and just go. But it's not been too bad because we're not having to go so far out. Now, I'm also guessing that it's probably rings of biomes, because it's already said that we've seen all the biomes in the game, which surprises me. Like, it didn't seem like there was that many biomes. And for those who also haven't seen this game, the update that came out today, the reason why they're doing the sponsorship and everything, is the Secrets update. The basic idea of the Secrets update is there's a bunch of secrets they've added to the game. And those secrets do a whole bunch of different things. Like, there's different, stuff that you can get. Like, they've done crossover with a bunch of other games. Like, there is a Thrumbo you can get in the game now. Don't know how to do it, but it is present in the game. Okay. It honestly might be worth my time if I'm trying to get mining person to join. Just carry a range of the various ores on me. So that when I find a mining person, we just have them. Okay. And we left off right around here. Okay, there's the magic, is the projectiles don't get destroyed on impact. which means if I can get a lot of projectiles into an open area, we can just do lots of damage. The catch being they're very slow projectiles, so your ability to like target something and actually hit it is going to be pretty rough, especially if it's a highly mobile enemy. Because then, you know, you could line up your shot and it just doesn't land because the target's not there anymore. Okay, so you already did this one, that's why there's torches all around it. Yes, we're working on right now getting the swamp ore, the ivy bars, whatever they're called, because both the like the next set of kit as well as like both my better armor and all that, plus some other stuff we've got all locked behind that ore. So right now we're just running around here looking for that ore. And taking whatever goodies we can find along the way. I don't want the door. You can have that back. Inventory's filling up so fast. Okay. But yeah, because with the swamp ore I can get my next set of armor. Which should give me a lot of defense that I'm lacking right now. Without costing me, like, any real amount of damage. Okay, so we're gonna cheese this again now we figured that trick out. Yep, this trick works perfectly fine. That's a really cool idea. Because it really messes with my eyes trying to do that across the way. For those who didn't see what the trick is, it's I line myself with the start, right here, take my mouse and position in the same spot as I am relative to that maze, and then I use the arrow to guide me through the maze. As opposed to trying to, like, watch and, like, count the different tiles. Okay. Got our swamp tome. Hey, we got the other summoning weapon. Spiteful slime canister summons a short-lived poison slime. Does not use summoning slots. Alright. Interesting. So basically, instead of my fast scratchy weapon, I can spawn tons of little slimes in addition to it, so it's an active summoning weapon as opposed to a passive one. I do appreciate how many more games are being better about doing that kind of thing, about having both active and passive summoning items. You know, with their pros and cons, where usually the active one does far more damage. Okay. I am noticing the slimes don't deal with terrain stuff. Okay. Hey, Azrael, we're doing pretty good. Doing some Necesse, making good progress. Knocking out bosses quickly. Oh, there is a cave in here that we haven't explored. Cool. Stop hitting him. Well, I didn't want to murder the innocent person. But I guess my swords do damage to him when he's nearby. So it kind of doesn't matter if I want to or not. Okay. Looks like my inventory is full yet again. Let's grab you. Stack what we can in there, that'll help a lot. Yeah, down says I'm really not finding nearly as much of the stuff as I'd like. Okay. Okay. Get rid of my summon stuff for just a minute here. Cool. Now resummon it. So we got a dude who can mine. Alright, I'm seeing purple glowy death over there. Right, winning so far. You know what? We need to get that guy into a house anyways, and we're mostly dead. Let's just go ahead and head home. And I believe I have a spare bed. So what's this has the trader want? Will you join my settlement for a pile of cash? Done. Okay, so we gotta build in our house for Seth the trader. Let's get rid of a bunch of stuff real quick. So quick stack all that away. What am I doing? I can choose to just not deal with these problems. So we can add Proud onto you. Make you better. Drop off our melee weapon here for now. I can drop all this stuff off. And then from there... Let's see, I can turn around... Honestly, with this, I don't have a big need for those anymore. Da-da-da. Honestly, we don't need that right now. Okay, we'll get all that going. Drop you in here to start smelting more bars. Okay. First time looking at it, looks interesting? Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. Yeah, because I can go and whatever we find laying in there later, we can go ahead and sort. Alright, so you need another bed. Let's check on our wood and our wool. So I've got one wool. Let's grab the shears to go after the neighborhood sheep. What about wood? It's fine, we can make that happen. Let's get... Let's get the wool we need. Alright. So we've got 14. $17 wool. Okay, that's the winter biome. We won't find any more wool over there. Okay, so I can make one bed at least. Just cutting down a bunch of trees real quick. No, pick that up, please. I just need one more. We get one more sheep that I can shear. There we go. Okay, so with that, we should have enough for 2 beds. We can start by putting one right here. Okay. Can I put the other one in here? Will the person get upset about that? We're gonna find out is what we're gonna do. Alright, so we can go grab you. So all the other ones we don't really care about what they're doing. So settlers, bed, done, settlers, bed. What is your deal, Seth? Continue. I'd like to send you on a mining trip. Alright. Ivy ore. Bye. Yeah, so you're okay. Why is Seth so grumpy? You're sharing your room. This is a small settlement. Your furniture is dull. You have not eaten recently. Okay, you'll get yourself sorted when you start eating. That's fine. Meanwhile, we can go over here. So we did get a queen bee. Alright, so let's drop all this junk off because I don't want to sort it. That sounds like it's someone else's who's not me problem. Drop off our cash so we don't lose it. Okay, so we definitely need the pickaxe because that's a requirement for progression. The amount of that we need. So good news, though, is we did get the mining person, and I'm able to send him out to mine on my behalf. I don't know how much ore he's going to grab, if it's going to be like any reasonable amount or whatever. But it's at least more than none. Alright, 1 second, I just want to top up my drink real quick. Oh, I see. Hey, could you not bite me in the face? I'm trying to sort out my beverage. Okay. So bear with me, I'm gonna run over here. You know what, actually? Let's science. There might not actually be an arena in the swamp for the boss. Let's just go and grab one of the boss spawners. It's not like I don't have enough of them. I'm also gonna grab some more food. There we go. Meanwhile, as far as trade goes, I don't even know where you're getting some of these things, but I'm okay with that. There, you got 1,000 wheat. So I grabbed an enemy spawner. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm gonna take 2 seconds. I'm gonna go grab myself a new drink and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in, and I'll be back in a minute. Alright, and we are back. Let's try and get over to the swamp biome and take an attempt at the boss. Pretty soon I'm going to have to wrap up for the night. For those who don't know, I do currently have family staying over. But, you know, I had all these sponsored streams queued up and all that. It's like, alright, well, I gotta get those done. So it's been a little bit of a weird schedule week for me, where that is a lot of spiders. But it's been a little bit of a weird schedule week, which has been, you know, there's pros and cons with it. But, it's old things. Like, normally I would stream tomorrow. There's a pretty good chance there will not be a stream tomorrow. But we'll go back to our normal schedule on the 14th. So we just got, like, 2-3 more days of, like, kind of a weird schedule, and it'll be back to normal. But it's been nice seeing family and all that, but, you know, there's also the desire for some normalcy after a little bit. Alright, let's get over here to the swamp. Now, instead of just running around continuing to look for the ore, I'm going to try and just trigger the boss, because there is a chance that the boss might drop ore for us, and we might be able to tangle with it. I don't know. There is only one way to find out, and that is to go here. I'm also realizing I did not bring a bunch of buff food, but I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. You are just absolutely murdering my face. Oh, I didn't think that through. Okay. So I'm not sure what the best way we'd want to set up that. Don't you think the summoner build's a bit too good, or is it just you good at the min-max in it? Well, keep in mind, we're only on the default difficulty. There are higher difficulties. We are pretty well kitted for our setup right now, but as you can see from that fight, we just got absolutely riggedy-wrecked because we don't have a whole lot of defense. That's been the first boss I haven't had a really good way of dodging it. I think for that boss, the way I'd want to set up its arena is to put kind of like vertical walls with gaps in them so that I could... Actually, we're going to go right back in there. And I do have another spawning item in my bag. Yeah, the boss moving very fast, I'm not as worried about that. The issue that's running around is it was shooting projectiles off the sides that bounced. And so even if I dodged the projectile, it got enough out in the air that's like, okay, I really don't have maneuvering room. But what I'm thinking we could do is if I were to build some walls and like segment out the arena, I don't really need to be able to reach the boss. It would let me kind of, you know, switch between the different segments as projectiles get thrown to limit how many projectiles are a threat to me. I'm also realizing, can I build walls down here? Let's find out real fast. No. Okay, you brought me a ton of ivy ore. Alright, never mind. I guess we're upgrading equipment. When I sent him out to go get ivy ore, I was figuring he's going to come back with a little bit, not just straight up hook me up. Not complaining. Just a bit surprised. Okay, so, things I need. I'm going to need wall segments. And a bunch of them. Got 1,000 of the swamp stone. Let's see if I can't make some walls out of that. Okay, so I've got those. You're smelting that for me, which is good. Drop one of you. That's gonna be utterly irrelevant. That's gonna be utterly irrelevant. That might help. Don't think that'll be a big deal. That might help. There's gonna be no fire involved in this one, so that's not gonna do me any good. Critical hit chance, sure, why not? Speed, sure, why not? Okay. Cool. I feel like I had more of the ivy bars. I'm gonna check to see if I stashed them somewhere in accident. That's fine. Okay, so let's see how far we go. If we can get the 36 or whatever bars it is that I needed, we can make our full set of equipment. So we'll start here, go to the anvil. Not the right one. Oh, do you require tungsten? I think you do, don't you? No? Oh, I don't have the swamp sludge on me. Hey, where did I put the swamp sludge then? Because I'll bet you I find my other bars with the swamp sludge. Oh, you know where they are? They're where I died. Hold up. Let's go grab our stuff where we died. Teleport back. Make our equipment. And then we can go from there. I need to get my summoning items out. Okay. The good news is I died right as we entered the swamp biome. Because then what I could do is I'll get the boost on my summoning item here. Oh, actually, never mind. Proud's already boosted. But, we can go and build out the arena. Because like I'm thinking, if we break it down to like 4 segments, I'm thinking I can just run back and forth between the segments, let my summons do the work, and all I worry about is dodging the worm itself. And as long as I'm in the wrong segment for where it's dropping its hits. Well, we didn't die up here earlier. Oh, it's over here in the corner. There we go. Okay, because it was like, where's all my swamp stuff? Did you run out of wood? No. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna have enough for the full set, unfortunately, but we'll get what we can. So, we have the summoning helmet. And the summoning shoes. But I don't have enough for the full set. And I see that you're a material. Gotcha. When we get cave glow, we can upgrade those again. So let's go to our slot 2. So right now I'm just going to chuck those here, because they're not going to do me a good till I have the full set. But that's fine. Let's get this arena made, get another attempt on the boss. And then we can go from there. My hope is that the boss will straight up just drop the ore. Or actually, before we do that, just in case it doesn't pan out, let's send our miner off to get more of the ivy stuff, because I'm sure there'll be something else I'll want to do with that. And interestingly enough, even though it says I've seen all the biomes, we're seeing things about glowing stuff that is clearly in a different area than where we've already seen. Meanwhile, drop all of you off, because I don't need you on me. Oh, the mining dude's down here. Yeah, considering it's so cheap to send them off to basically come back with a full stack of ore, that kind of feels weird, actually. Because it almost feels like there's no reason for you to do the mining, because 350 is really not that much. All things considered. But yeah, usually a random trash enemies, summoners just delete them without having to worry about them in most of these style games. Bosses can be hit and miss. Some bosses move fast enough that the summons have difficulty staying on them. We haven't run into that too much in this one yet. That happens with some of the summons in Terraria, is that the summons spend the whole fight trying to catch the boss as it's zipping around all over the place. Which is why some summons in Terraria, even though their numbers are very high, the much weaker summon ends up being the much better one because it's a lot better about staying and getting the damage where it needs to be. Okay, so what we're going to do here real fast, I'm going to break this up into a couple different segments. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, the basic idea of what we're trying to do here is break the room up into a couple of these rows. That way, as I'm fighting the boss and he's firing his projectiles that bounce off the walls, I don't have to worry about them because they get stuck in the middle here. Now, what I am probably going to want to do as well is have one or two areas I can also run vertically in case just we happen to line it up poorly. Because I don't need line of sight to hurt him. He needs line of sight-ish to deal with me. I think that'll do. I'm gonna add more of these. I wasn't going to, but I'm a little concerned about the arena setup here. Might cause me some grief. Okay, so let's try that. So the hardest thing for me is going to be avoiding letting myself get caught on these corners. But I believe with this, I can kind of dance around the middle here. As long as I avoid just getting myself caught on the front of him, most of his projectiles will just bounce around in here and not do a whole lot. Just as a precaution in case I end up with too much junk in there. Let's make it so I can get around the outsides of the area here without too much difficulty. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Okay, so with this, get my food buffs, get my buffs. You were just sniping me right through those lanes. It's not even close. I mean, actually, I did take him down more at 50%. That didn't work out as well as I had hoped it would. It seemed like maybe the projectiles the first few seconds after they spawned would wall clip, and then after that they would get bouncing, completely ruining the design. might also be a boss that you could use the old Terraria circle minecart. Have the walls in the middle and just circle minecart around it. You'd just be needing fast enough that it'd have to keep turning to try and catch you, so it'd overshoot again and again. I don't want to go through all that setup. Let me just retrieve my stuff real fast. Because it was carrying entirely too much materials. Yes, this did okay. I think we did better than our first attempt, but part of that was knowing what was coming. But, it was still the same problem that we're just getting caught by the projectiles bouncing. I'd also be curious if, like, if we checked out some of these things, like the different items. Well, I mean, we got the summoning ash for the last 2 zones, and you didn't have one. You didn't have one either. That said, there was a summoning weapon down there, but yeah. Now, I think the thing to do would be once the, oh, there's the mining dude right now, would be switching to our better armor, so we take less damage per hit. And then from there, you know, just get more attempts in. Let's get the chest piece going real quick. But that said, though, chat, I am going to have to be wrapping up for the night. It has been fun getting back to playing some Necesse. I'm burning through it really fast. Now, I don't believe there will be a stream tomorrow, unfortunately. There is the chance, but most likely there won't be because I'm starting very early tomorrow, unless things don't go according to plan, which, you know, weather sometimes can cause that. But there probably won't be a stream tomorrow, maybe the day after that. And then definitely the day after that. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. I know I've been a little bit quieter than normal. I do have my guests are in the room behind me, so it is affecting me, even though I told myself I wouldn't. I'm finding myself trying to be quieter because I know they need to sleep and all that. But thank you so much for tuning in. I do hope you have enjoyed tonight's content. If you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready. But thank you so much for hanging out and all that good stuff. For all of those here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find.